It's
It's stable
oh, okay.
because you were dropping out every few seconds.
It's
So
cloudy over where I'm at. Sometimes that affects my connection.
yeah, yeah, I had a massive windstorm this morning, and I'm always, it's the season, right? So, and I'm very close to the
Hmm.
beach. I'm very close to the
Oh,
beach.
definitely.
So I got up in the early morning. I mean, it was blowing like a tropical storm, and
Oh yeah.
so I just typed in, hurricane watch. Hi Jen, sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Hope you feel better soon. I'll give it a little bit of time. Okay, got a few more people in here. Give it a second, and then just sort of try to set it up. Um, so yeah, I don't know Nick, and we just had a
Uh-huh.
little tech setup. No, I'm just talking to the audience, Nick. Just Nick and
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know. Nick and I don't know each other, but I dropped her a link. She was generous enough to come up and have a talk with me, and we just tried to settle some technical issues. Hey everyone, High Tech Death, Edie, Mary, Veritas, I love that name. Uh, Sketty, we got Francine. Hi, how you doing? All right, I guess we can sort of get going. So, um, hello everyone. Welcome. This is again just an impromptu one. You guys should know me by now, especially since my AC is not working and it's hot in the tropics, and I'm living outside in my sun deck right now. I'm not really in the mood to be writing out long scripts and preparing, highly technical,
I don't blame
organized
you there.
live streams. Hi Missy. Hi Undead. Hi Barbara. So the the framework of this live stream is that I simply asked. I noticed that several people who are either still fans or used to be fans of Ryan Upchurch increasingly coming to make some comments on my videos and noticing that there's a problem here. And of course, that's sort of what those who from the outside uh, are noticing. That's encouraging. And obviously, there's a certain part of his crowd that has nothing but animosity, and they see me as the enemy, and I'm whatever
Yep.
clout chasing or something to that effect, or I'm just an idiot, which is normal. So I just simply, since I'd seen several very forthcoming and honest people coming and saying, and I believe it was even you, Nick, didn't you even say you felt a bit ashamed or embarrassed? Wasn't that you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
So
did.
so so well. Anyways, let me just finish the setup and then we'll get into the chat. So, I saw a lot of honest people coming forth and being able to acknowledge that there's a problem here. This is not just imaginary. And as I was seeing more and more comments, I thought that was a very encouraging sign. And I simply just put it out that if anybody would like to come up impromptu and have a chat with me, so that we could have a conversation and in this case, please everyone, please welcome and treat with respect Nick, my guest tonight. We tried to get Wayne, who was also willing to come up, but he had a problem with his internet connection. But we managed to get the connection working with Nick, and she's now stable. But if she drops out, she'll come back in, and if my computer goes down, we'll come back in. So let's hope that it's fairly stable. So that then aside, welcome Nick. How are you tonight?
Thank you so much. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Besides the whole AC thing and all that, and we found out we're both in
God, I could not
uh,
imagine.
the same part of the country. Hi, Lacey. Hi, Gilbert. Anybody else I've missed yet? So yeah, so as well as I do that Florida in the summer without AC is not very fun.
Oh God, no.
So since you mentioned it before, maybe we can actually start there. Instead of just it being exclusively a Ryan introduction, you inform me of your background and your interest, or at least um, adjacently your interest in true crime. So please let the audience know again what you told me about your background, your studies, and your experience and your interest in the space.
Yeah, so I went to school for crime scene technology. I have my bachelor's in interdisciplinary social science, which is basically you have two areas of interest that you concentrate on instead of just one, meaning criminology or psychology. And, one of those areas of interest was criminology. When I graduated from college, I went and got my crime scene technology certifications, and I did that for a while. I don't do it anymore, so I'm kind of in and out of true crime. A case will spark my interest every now and then. But
And so if I can intervene, is this forensics? I mean, it's obviously not forensic, but does it involve itself with forensics?
yes, it's a lot of evidence collection and processing. Crime scene photography, photographing the body, collecting the evidence. It's not as cool as TV shows make it out to be.
Like
It's not.
CSI?
It's a civilian. Oh yeah, definitely. It's a civilian position. It's not a sworn position. And basically, what we do, we process the scene, collect the evidence, photograph it, turn it into the lab, answer any questions the detectives might have, and we're on to the next. So we don't really work closely with criminals or victims, meaning we don't interact with them, but
More, more
we
the
are
crime
around them.
scene.
I've seen a lot of grieving families. I've seen a lot of missing children and parents of those missing children, and then when they're found, and
So,
which is what really got me with all of this with Ryan, because I've
so
been subbed to him for a year or two. I adored the guy.
yeah. So you were um, professionally then dealing more with the crime scene um, data and
Yes,
collection, not necessarily on the sociology side, as you said, not dealing
right,
necessarily with the criminal psychology aspect or any of the obvious other investigation which relates to dealing with actual potential criminals or witnesses or any of that.
right.
So did you also say, since you said it was sort of a cross-functional dual study area, did you also then study some degree of the psychology,
I did
the
women's
sociology,
studies.
obviously?
Yeah, I had a lot of classes in those, but mainly my two areas were women's studies and criminology. At that
Okay.
time, I thought I wanted to work with troubled teens. I was a troubled teen. And then, by the time I was done, I found the area of criminology. It was more my thing, more what I was better at. Which is why I went to get my crime scene certifications and start doing that.
And you said again, what's the status of that? You're not currently doing it anymore, right?
No, no, I don't do it anymore.
Okay. Any
Very high
particular?
burnout rate and very low pay.
Gotcha. Okay. So then, my joke, although it's not really actually a joke, was that ultimately Nick here is probably 10 times more qualified, actually, by experience and by educational background to be a true crime channel than probably 95% of true crime channels, if not more. So that's actually a really nice surprise. And as a social scientist,
Thank you.
we're buddies. Um,
Right.
I'm in from a different social science, but at the end of the day, it's about human behavior, and ultimately it
Yes.
impacts on, you know, how we feel about human behavior and how we can impact upon it and hopefully minimize possibility of harm or be around to possibly help people, and then just to at least have compassion and empathy for those who unfortunately are the victims of some form of
Yes.
abuse or violence. So okay, so you have obviously an interest in true crime by background and experience, and now let's talk about the point of this topic, which is how did you come to find Ryan Upchurch? What interested you in him, and maybe the time frame? How long ago?
I'd say it was probably a year or two ago when I first saw him. I think I accidentally stumbled upon one of his videos. He would do these rant videos because people would, make videos about him, trying to quote unquote expose him, and he would make a response video. And I just took to the guy. He was funny, hardworking, he was self-made. I mean, anyone that can become an independent musician without being with a record label, like that is a smart, strong-willed person. And I really respected that about him. And I
Nice.
loved
Okay.
his sense of humor.
Okay.
What was that? I'm
Let me.
sorry.
No, I was just gonna say let me jump in again because the interesting thing about that is because as I don't know him, I know only what I have witnessed firsthand
Right.
through videos in this particular context, which is the Kylie Rodney case, which I had to get up to speed on. But I do remember I had taken a hiatus from this space because it just became a bit too disturbing, and I didn't think I could have any impact, so why waste my time? But I do remember hearing at some point that he sort of intervened or introduced himself to the true crime space in the Summer Wells case, which was already polluted
Yes.
and ultimately sounds, similar to what we're witnessing in the Rodney case. And what I remember was that it seemed like people found it maybe refreshing that somebody with a large influence came from the outside and could come in and throw their weight behind the problem, which I
Yes.
call the true crime bad actors ghetto. And so that's really all I know of him. But I assume that he was primarily a musician, and I listened to a song and he sounded talented. But the interesting point about what you said is you know him. Uh-oh, we have to wait until she comes back. I just lost Nick. Give me a second. In the meantime, high burden of proof, Serene, Mike, Kate, it is what it is. Platty, of course. Boo. Elise Soleil, love the name. Nice French name. Elise. Elise. I think Elise wouldn't have a Z if it were French. I wouldn't think. Soleil is obviously French. Um, I think that's everyone around the web. Okay, good. So I think we have, and I have some mods in the room. So please, everyone, anybody with a wrench, because I can't juggle and you know do anything else at the same time. So please
Can you hear
respect.
me?
Yeah, welcome back, Nick. So please respect
Oh,
in the chat. Please respect Nick and any of my mods. Protect her from anybody and just get rid of anyone who's a troublemaker, so we can have a friendly chat in a respectful environment. Hi, JDR. So
they're
welcome back. So
troublemakers already?
well, no, nobody yet, but I don't tend to think about those things, so I just want to make sure. I don't mind if they yell at me, but I feel obliged to make sure that you're insulated from that. Thank you, Platty. So anyway, the point I wanted to make was that since you told me you go back already a couple of years, you told me what was interesting is that you were interested in him sort of as a person and as an influencer, but not
Yes.
necessarily as a musician.
Correct. Yeah, I actually got into his music after I found his rant videos. I really
Okay.
liked his, the videos where he would talk about real issues or he would respond to someone, quote unquote, exposing him. And then I started listening to his music and I thought that was great. And what really got me with him was he's so wonderful to his fans, to his family. He's just so extraordinarily generous with the people in his life. He's helped so many people, like up and coming musicians, given them his platform, his knowledge, letting them use his equipment, putting them as featured artists on his songs. I just thought that was, just selfless and refreshing to see somebody
Yeah, that's really nice, and of course,
like that.
very, very important insight for me because unfortunately, and that's why I wanted to have you guys up so you could obviously tell me all the wonderful things about the guy that I can't see because I don't have the luxury of knowing him before all of this. So
And
sort of
it's what's
keep,
made
keep
it so hard for me. It
yeah.
took me quite a while to actually first comment where I was like, "You're wrong. I'm sorry, but you are dead wrong in what you're saying. What's wrong with you?" It took me a long time to do that,
Okay,
not only because I cared, but because I know what the fan base is like.
yeah, and I definitely want to get to those details. Before we get to that, you said that he was basically, making response videos to people who were trying to expose him. So, obviously, you're going to get scrutiny if you have a
Oh
public
yeah.
forum. There's always going to be trolls or people that just don't like you. That's normal. But explain a bit what the context of people attempting to expose him and what was the issue. Was this because he was a famous person, and these were just people that were wanted to take a pop shot at him because of the size of his audience, or was it because he was outspoken about things and they were coming to, or is it other things entirely aside, like things in his private life, or what does it mean people were coming to try to expose him?
Pretty much all of the above, I would say. There were people, like I said before, he would help people, musicians that weren't going anywhere, that had the dream. He would bring them into the studio, he would put them on a song. And then apparently, at least this is just from what Ryan says, they expected him to do all the work. And then when you would hear their side, that is what they expected. They didn't want to put in the work. They wanted him to do everything. And when he wasn't going to do that, all of a
Oh,
sudden he's this horrible person. And I
oh,
mean, we
wow.
all know people like that. They're just entitled and they're
Yeah. No, that's very interesting. So, from your perspective, at least from what you could see, you found then what most of the criticism or all of the criticism of him unwarranted and even maybe possibly ungrateful.
absolutely, that's
Mm.
at the time, that's how I saw it. Like it was ridiculous. He gave them every opportunity in the world and they just pissed it away, so to speak.
Wow. Yeah.
So
No,
that was,
that's very interesting.
that's
Unfortunately,
the
I
impression that I got as a fan, as an outsider, just hearing, really being on one person's side and listening to the other side, but not really taking them seriously. Because now I think back on those and I want to rewatch those, and maybe they were telling the truth after
oh,
this whole week.
yeah, that's a very interesting a couple things, and I don't want to lose track of that very point you made there. But I come from Los Angeles originally, and I don't want to sound like a name dropper, but if you come from Los Angeles, you're just inevitably going to meet people because LA is the place where everybody
Right.
goes to,
Yeah.
and it's very important to, everyone wants to be a star, and everybody believes that you're a nobody unless you have your 15 minutes of fame or you're wealthy or you drive a fancy car. So I did have the opportunity to. I was a musician too, and I had the opportunity to know and meet lots of celebrities. Some of they tended to be like normal people. Some of them were lovely and wonderful, and if they trusted you, they were great people. Others had their own problems, probably because their ego had gotten out of control and they had a little bit too much wealth and popularity. But I also could
Right.
clearly see that once you become successful and wealthy, people will exploit your friendship. They will take your kindness and they will
100%. Yes.
take more. So I actually went. I know Wilson Phillips, or at least I know a lot of people that used to go out with China and were very good friends with China. I know a few others,
Love
but
them.
whatever. I don't want
Yeah.
to name drop. The point simply being simply being to your point that people, once they achieve success and wealth, people will mistake their generosity and kindness for, an opportunity. And what's the line? You give them whatever, a hand, and they'll take an arm, or whatever. So it's certainly
Yes.
um, very understandable that there could have been nasty people that then went after him because they felt entitled or wanted more from him than he was capable and even necessarily uh, required to provide. I mean, if he was, from your
Oh
point of
yeah.
view, a very generous guy. But you made an interesting point, which is that from a psychological perspective, once we feel an affinity for someone, it becomes more difficult for us to become objective or to remain
Right.
objective. So we tend to have, you know, uh, if we feel a kindred spirit with somebody, we want to protect them. We will tend to agree with them and disagree with anyone criticizing them. That's just part of what it means to be human in our capacity as a social
Right.
animal that has loyalty toward family and tribes, and we see people that are, going against family or tribe or friend as enemy or foe, and it makes us more difficult. And also, people who attack us just makes us more difficult to hear criticism against ourselves or people we care about. So
Yeah.
you made an interesting point, which is it'd be interesting for you to go back with your new goggles and see
Yes.
if any of that criticism was valid. I think that was your point, right?
Right. Yes. Yes.
So yeah, I don't know if you want to touch on that. Otherwise, we can get into maybe a bit more of then the meat, which is so, you know your insight. And again, I always try to say this. I'm a secular kind of guy. I don't believe in things like good and evil. Certainly, people can do horrible things, and
Right.
people can do wonderful things, but people are quite complex. Good people can do bad things, and bad people can do good things. And so when we're talking
Yes.
about the character of a person, we try to weigh the net good versus the net bad, and we hope, if we're in relationships with people, that they are predominantly doing good things and behaving more consistently well, and not doing, when they do make a mistake, hopefully we're forgiving, but their mistakes are not too outlandish or harmful. So you are a perfect example of being able to provide a side of somebody who I've been criticizing quite vehemently and quite strongly, who clearly is not a
Mhm.
horrible person. That's not the point. I'm
Not at
simply
all.
addressing
No.
the claims he's making in a particular context. So I have no problem accepting that he's a good guy. I mean, everybody can be good to the people they care about. They can be good to their dog, their family, and all that. But you are essentially arguing for a lot more than that. That the guy was, very generous with his time and his resources and his access to musical
Yeah, he
opportunity, and was
was.
willing to
Yeah.
get. Yeah, that those are all very commendable qualities.
I mean, he was just. I mean, I don't want to say it in past tense. He is a good guy. It's really heartbreaking. Like, I don't mean to sound cringy or cheesy or anything like that, but it blew me away. I couldn't believe that he was going where he was going, and I didn't want to
Now,
believe it.
yeah, and now then, before again we get into more of that detail, um, as I'm an objective player here, I have, however, seen people tell me that his belligerent, negative, outrageous behavior in this context is not purely
Hmm.
restricted to this case. People have told, "Uh-oh, I just lost her," but I'll finish the sentence while she comes back in. As a counterpoint, there are some people coming forward and telling me that this is not completely isolated, that they have known about him in the past, and that, he may have had a history of also, some problematic behavior maybe in the past. Now, I am not well situated, of course, to evaluate anything that I'm not aware of. But when Nick comes back, I want to sort of put to her, what she has to say, maybe to those who do say that this is not completely isolated, that there were some. Okay, so Nick's back. Let me get her in and pose the question. Nick, are you back? Nick, can you hear me? I can
Are you
hear you.
there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, barely. I think it
You
knocked
need
my
to.
headphones out.
Okay, I don't know if you need to go out and come back in.
Yes, I will. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Don't worry about it. So
I'll be
yeah,
back.
so okay. So yeah, to the audience again, it's a good opportunity for me to say, as I said before, this is nothing personal about the entirety of the individual whose name is Ryan Upchurch. I don't know him. I don't ever tend to assume that anyone is all bad. That's not the point. My focus is simply to evaluate truth claims and to identify harmful behavior, especially when it's in public, especially to a large influential audience, and also obviously to just evaluate the veracity of truth claims and to test them for internal logical consistency, uh, evaluate the quality of the arguments being put forth in favor or against something, and then also looking to see whether or not they have any evidence that one can investigate. So, as again, a critical thinking educator, that's what we do. As a scientific skeptic, we evaluate truth claims. So, it's not personal, it's simply a discussion about what I consider to be the great harm being done in the context of this particular Kylie Rodney case. So, Nick, are you back? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I just sort of you know, had a little general side note, but I wanted to just present to you a bit of a counterpoint as an objective observer here that you have
Okay.
essentially nothing but good things to say about him until we get to this topic, and we'll get there. But that also, and I just want to get your feedback. I have seen some people making comments suggesting that this might not be entirely isolated to this Kylie Rodney case, and there may have been some signs of problematic behavior or ideas that he was promoting in the past. So,
Yeah.
can you see any of that sounding partially true? Maybe you could see that. I mean, nobody's perfect.
No,
Everybody's
I
going to make a
can I
mistake.
can see it. No, I can definitely see what they're talking about. I didn't watch any of the stuff he did on Summer Wells. I never really got into that case. But well, I guess hindsight's always 2020. You look back and remember
Of course,
certain things that
of
he said
course,
or did, and
of
I
course.
was
So,
thinking, oh, I can't.
no, please can finish your sentence.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead. I was just kind of rambling because I.
Okay, so let me ask. So, you found him generous, kind, hardworking. You
Yep.
admired
Yeah.
his independence. You found him, obviously talented, and you found him funny, so amusing and entertaining as
Yes.
well. How would you qualify his approach to, what I would refer to as burden of proof, in the sense that I based on sort of my philosophy, I feel obliged in public that if I'm going to make a strong claim on something which is consequential, that I try to, be thoughtful and make a considerate case. Try to not
Yes.
overestimate my confidence in something that I don't know everything about, and to try at least to temper it with a bit of humility. So, how would you qualify his style when he would make strong claims? Was he opinionated? Did he have humility? And then also, how did you find that he dealt with criticism, especially when if criticism was presented civilly? Uh-oh, I lost her just when it was time for her to respond. Hello, anybody else I missed? I always apologize. I'm terrible with managing the chat. I'm not good at this. How do you see? I can't even do it. I can't even do it. Okay. Pat stomach, rub circle head, circle on head, pat stomach. I can't do two things at once. I'm new to science. Skeptic. Do you believe he's buying this? I don't understand the question. I'm new to science. Skeptic. Do you believe he's buying this? Who's buying what? And I'm sorry if I've missed anything, you know, um, worthwhile in the room that was worthy of, posting on the screen and then talking about. Unfortunately, okay, we have Nick back. At some point, maybe we'll start addressing you. So if you have any good questions, or if there's anybody in the chat room who can maybe note good questions that you'd like us to address, that'd be really helpful because, again, I can't do two things at once. Hi, Nick. Welcome back. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can. When I watch live streams, things like this drive me insane, and now it's happening to me. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no, it's
It just
certainly.
started storming here, so it's knocking out my internet.
Come on, Nick. I mean, 5 minutes before we went live, we agreed to do a live stream together. Could you not have, you know, gone to school and got a sound engineering degree in the meantime and bought,
Yeah, right.
$10,000 worth of, hardware to make sure that you had a perfect
I'll tell you
audio
what, I'm
video?
definitely regretting that right now. I wish I did.
Thank you, Mama, for letting me know that the mods have me covered because I worry because I don't want you guys getting abused. I don't want my guests getting abused. I'd rather not get abused if anybody can stand up for me at least to the extent that I deserve to be stood up for. So anyway, so back to the question, Nick, which was essentially, what was your impression on his approach to controversy, to humility, and to any criticism you might have witnessed, which you might qualify as being civil and fair?
Well, he is very opinionated and he would share them, but it was always with humor and I guess under maybe with an idea that wasn't really taking it that serious, but at the same time, things that he felt strongly about, he was just so passionate about it that it was almost like I couldn't help but be drawn to that and respect it, even if his opinion differed from mine. But
Right,
he
and
was always,
please continue.
yeah, I'm here.
No, just we
Oh
always have a
God, I hope it's not
lag.
going to.
No, we always there's always a lag, and I'm a big talker, and I apologize. So please don't let me cut you off. Please finish your sentence.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought I was going to go off again, but yeah, he was opinionated, but so passionate that I always respected his opinion and appreciated his opinion because I always felt like, well, maybe he gave me a different way of looking at things, which is why I always liked watching those kinds of videos and things like that. But he would
Okay, so
never.
no,
Oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just
I
gonna
was
say.
just
So
going to
again,
say he
please.
was always so respectful to the people around or involved. Like he wasn't afraid to speak his mind, but he was never mean about it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so you would not consider him generally um, sort of vicious in any way, or vindictive, or mean.
No, maybe to the people that were exposing him, so to speak, like we talked about earlier. He would make funny, like Sparkplug Doug, like he'd give them names like that, and he would play their video and react to it. And I'd laugh my ass off. I thought it was hilarious. And
Okay,
now I'm looking back on that. Okay, maybe that was pretty mean because he's got almost 3 million subs. This is a nobody, basically, that's, not liking what he's doing and giving him criticism. So looking back on it now, I think it's more mean spirited than I might have recognized at the time.
okay, but generally, I mean, you sound very credible. You sound bright. You sound ethical. You sound capable of
Thank you.
acknowledging the possibility that you could have gotten something wrong, or simply, because you liked him, you could have missed some signs. So all of those. I lost her again. Unfortunately, dropping the connection can be a conversation killer. Let me wait until she comes back in, because this is a good little moment to begin getting into sort of the meat of the topic, which the problematic side of Mr. Upchurch in this particular Kylie Rodney context. So I'm really happy to have somebody up who is eloquent and thoughtful, because I think, first of all, it's good. I'm more than happy to hear someone project the best of Mr. Upchurch, because it gives me some more insight. I don't want to believe that people are all bad. I don't believe in the nonsense that somebody's evil. Can somebody be predominantly dangerous and harmful, you know, possibly psychopathic, sociopathic, for whatever reason, whether genetic or because of just abuse and bad experience, or something as simple as selfishness? Obviously, yes, but most people are decent people. So it's a good little insight. So welcome back, Nick. Don't apologize.
I feel
Can you
like
hear?
I'm on a ticking time bomb here. I'm so sorry.
No, well, and you were stable for a while, so now unfortunately it's a little bit more regular. But so anyway, I just wanted to finish up on that so we can get into the meat of the conversation. So
Yes,
you're a really good testimonial in the context of seeming like a bright, thoughtful person, willing to be able to acknowledge that maybe you missed some signs, or there were some signs, or that your loyalty may have
100%. Yeah.
clouded your goggles. So you sound like a very credible person. Plus, you've also projected the best of him. You clearly don't sound vindictive, like you have a vendetta of any side. Because since I've gone after people
Oh,
before,
no, yeah.
I've had a lot of people who want me to go after somebody because they do hold a grudge. Like, I've had a lot of people that had, for
Right,
example, affairs
right,
with somebody that went bad, and then they're the scorned ex-lover who then wants me to grill their ex-lover, and they're not an objective party. And I always said I'm not going to be getting into the middle of trivial interpersonal things. I mean, if you have,
right,
a testimony of severe, extreme abuse, of course, I want to be a victim's advocate and help, but I'm also
right.
not simply going to be a moderator or an ombudsman for people just fighting and having a conflict. Anyway, let's get into the meat of the story. You said you didn't have any Oh, goodness, we lost her again. Ah, frustrating. Sorry, everyone. I can't control the technology gods. She was stable for a while. I was hoping that maybe it would be a bit more stable. Hopefully, we can get her up for a while, because I think now we can maybe get into the meat and potatoes of the implosion of Ryan Upchurch, at least in the case of the Kylie Rodney situation, and see if we can pinpoint any uh, prior behavior that would have suggested something, if there are any changes in his behavior that predate this, if there are any other possible variables that we might be able to identify which might explain it. And of course, I'm probably not the person to intervene, but whether or not, if he needs help, somebody can get through to him. So welcome back, Nick. Let's hope you're stable for a minute.
I'm literally on a ticking time bomb here, I think.
Yeah. So
I
so let me ask
apologize.
let me ask the question quickly while you're here. So you told me you don't have any insight into his sort of foray into this space on the Summer Wells case, so I don't think we can necessarily speak with any
No, I
authority
don't.
on that topic. But I wanted to just sort of get your feel then for if you noticed any change, any precursors, any prior behavior which might have suggested that all of this could go wrong, because I think we already assumed that you agree with us that this is a problem, and then of course we can talk
Yes.
about the problem. But did you see anything in advance that, now knowing what you know today, might have, found us a trajectory back to something going on, or a tendency in him which might give us some insight into why he's behaving the way he is today.
You even looking back up until the whole Kylie Rodney case, I didn't really see anything that, even in hindsight, made me think that he would do something like he's doing right now and
So,
say what he's saying right now.
so you would you? Is it fair then to say that you, and obviously you're only one person,
Right.
that you would say his behavior in this case is completely outside of his normal character? Is that the way you would
From
qualify?
what I've seen, yeah, from what I've seen, yes.
Okay.
I mean, he's passionate, and I mean, he's said before he has a big temper. I mean, we saw it a little bit in when he's had a breakup with somebody, and yeah, he has a temper, but I did not see it coming. It was mind blowing to me. And he was into conspiracy theories and things like that. You know, he would talk about it there, but then he would let
Okay.
it
Well,
go, and then his
that
next video would be something different.
because that is a sign. Because since I sort of cover as a in the scientific skeptic space, conspiracy theories are part of our bread and butter, and we discuss the scientific evidence I like to differentiate between conspiracies, actual conspiracies. Nobody should
Yeah,
deny the existence of conspiracies, and to
right.
differentiate that from what I consider to be the psychology of conspiracy theory ideation. And there's a massive body of research and evidence discussing who is more prone to conspiracy theory ideation, some of the commonalities in behavior from personality types that are susceptible to conspiracy theory ideation, as well as some of the sociological variables that impact on the allure and appeal and popularity of conspiracy theories. We now live in an era where cynicism is up, political division is up, trust in all institutions is up. People don't trust the government, they don't trust the media, they don't trust
Right.
experts, they don't trust science. And so this is a perfect environment for conspiracy theories to flourish. And we know that in times of rapid change and economic uncertainty, and just when a society is dealing with something like a moral panic or going through rather tough times, conspiracy theories and things like propaganda and misinformation thrive. So we are in an environment where already conspiracy theories are just ripe for the picking. Plus, we live in the internet age where you can find any belief that you're prone to, uh, by a quick Google search or just the algorithms feeding you up what you're
Yeah,
already
exactly.
interested in. So if you tell me that he already had a susceptibility to conspiracy theory ideation, that's certainly important.
Yes.
That's
And
certainly
it's,
because what is he now? From my perspective, he's a runaway conspiracy theorist.
yeah, I agree. It's been,
So,
yeah, it's
so
just been,
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think we're already on the trail. I mean, obviously, the other aspects, like, for example, one of the well known um, variables to be discussed when we look at people who are more susceptible to conspiracy theory ideation is things like problems in their personal life. It normally, the one that's always discussed is a heightened sense of powerlessness. You feel like you can't control your life, you can't control the world enough, you suffer a bit from feeling like we don't know what's going on, and you yearn for a comprehensive answer and for the chaos to be soothed through overarching explanation. Religion is a good one. Obviously, family is a solace, a place that we go for sanctuary to find meaning and to think that the world makes sense and it's stable and there's an
yeah.
order to things. Community, obviously, is another one. Career is another sort of stabilizing force that provides people the sense that things make sense and that they're not out of control. So powerlessness is one. Obviously, other
Hmm.
things like depression, career problems, personal relationship issues. So do you see any of these ideas resonate with you in terms of things that he could possibly have been going through that he might have, since he sounds like he was a forthright guy in terms of being opinionated and letting you guys
Yeah,
know what he was going through? Were there any other things there that you could imagine might also have contributed?
I think so. It not too long ago. It was I don't even think it's been a year, probably, a few months ago. He made a video saying he was leaving YouTube, he was leaving the internet. Basically, he was sick of,
The drama.
people bothering him, always wanting something from him. People were sneaking on his property. At one point, he had a police officer in his town that, how he put it, was basically stalking him. Um, he had no privacy. He had it everywhere he went. It was like people thought that he owed them something, and he just wanted his time back. And I don't ever remember hearing problems in his relationship or family life. I didn't I mean,
I,
I was a big fan, but at the same time, I'm not like stalking his Instagram, watching every story. I don't think I follow his Instagram. I think I'm just on
well, of
YouTube,
course, and
subscribed to him and watching his videos.
you obviously can only speak to things that you were aware of. So it doesn't mean, if you say you didn't see anything, doesn't mean there wasn't something there. It's simply that you're being honest enough to say, I don't know.
It just seemed like the pressure of everything had gotten to him.
Yeah.
People saying all these lies about him is what he said, and everyone wanting something when they don't get it. They want to ruin his life. He'd been taken to court,
Yeah. I mean,
and he
he's
just
a
seemed
public.
like he was done with all of it.
Sure. I mean, obviously not only fame, but just being a public persona. And he is not simply somebody with a bit of fame as a musician, but he's also a social influencer, which means he's putting
Yeah.
himself out. He's putting himself out there. But so let me then throw something at you, and it's certainly something we've seen in this case, which I certainly found quite um, unsophisticated, to use a just a simple expression. But several people have told me that in the past, prior to this, that he's also, prone to saying things like, I'm rich and famous, and, you're a nobody and you're a loser. And I certainly saw him do that
Oh
exact
yeah.
thing in this case. So would you say that he used that sort of appeal to celebrity and fame and wealth?
Oh yeah.
So you did see that.
Oh yeah. And especially now that you bring it up, I see there's little spots in my memory that are firing off of him. Not too long ago, not many people have $20 million.
Oh, we lost Nick. That's a shame. Oh, he's got 7 lawsuits pending. Yeah, I mean that's not a great sign. Obviously, when you're wealthy, people can throw frivolous lawsuits at you. So, to what extent those lawsuits are legitimate claims against him, obviously, I cannot comment. Although not everybody who's famous has 7 pending lawsuits, so it is a data point. So welcome back, Nick. No
Oh
problem.
God,
No,
I'm so sorry.
no problem. So
But yeah,
yeah.
he did like to throw that in a lot of people's faces, so I definitely agree with that.
Okay. Somebody just because, by the way, nobody likes a boaster, and that can infuriate people who
Yeah,
feel like you're speaking down to them, and that can certainly create an inflammatory environment. If you say, "Look at me in my big house, I'm a rock star, and I'm young and good looking, and the chicks dig me,
yep.
and and you're a nobody, and you have no followers, and you're poor, and that's not a very nice game to play with people."
Well, lately his favorite comeback has been he's self-made. He did all this on his own. He didn't need a record label, and he's sold more records and has made more money than most people who have been signed on a label, which, I mean, it is true, but that's been his favorite. That's been his go-to lately.
Well, and
When
obviously,
people are calling him crazy or dumb.
sure.
He wants
obviously,
to,
well, and I was just going to say also again as a skeptic, we don't know what the guy's actually worth. We have no access to his bank accounts, nor should we. We don't
right,
know what his revenue streams are and what they're from. We don't know. I would speculate that if he's got 3 million subscribers at this point, a primary um, revenue stream is clearly the revenue he's generating from his social media platform. Now, somebody also brought up that, so we don't know what he's worth, and certainly it's not very polite in civil society to flaunt
right,
your wealth. That's usually a pretty sort of petty behavior, but it's not the worst of things that people can do. It's just that will certainly bring on a lot more scrutiny and ire
right.
from a social media influencer. Now, the other point somebody just brought up, and I don't know if you have any comment. Somebody just said he has 7 pending lawsuits. Now, I mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
to be fair, people that are popular or well known or possibly wealthy also are susceptible to unscrupulous and unmerited lawsuits being launched at them, hoping something will stick
Yes.
and somebody can get a piece of their wealth. But so it doesn't mean that they're legitimate, but there are also plenty of wealthy, successful people that are out there that don't have 7 pending lawsuits. So you do have to wonder,
Mm-hmm.
is there anything to those? For example, was he doing anything that we're not aware of that might be considered, unprofessional
It's
or
made me
or
wonder lately.
untoward? Well,
Yeah,
and
it's it's definitely made me wonder, that's for sure.
the other question I might throw out is another. Since you're trying to figure out the motivation, we're trying to figure out the motivation and maybe the potential causes here. Somebody did also throw out that he might be releasing new music and that and he was doing seemingly a tour of a lot of panels.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did not go to see him on any other panel except for that one that I've used in my videos on the American um,
Yeah.
butterfly catcher or whatever his name is. um, and so he was making sort of a bit of a panel tour on social
Mm-hmm.
media. So, and somebody did,
And he
and
seemed to really care when he was doing it. Then, like on that guy's panel, that's when he still seemed to really care. But at the same time, that's when I first saw him lash out at that lady's anime.
yeah,
And
and then he
you
did
know
drop
what?
music.
Unashamed. What was
Well,
that?
yeah, yeah. Let's just move on. So yeah, so he somebody did drop the claim that maybe he did drop some music and maybe this was also a sort of a PR stunt. I did notice in the past he did some thing that people were qualifying as a PR stunt by shooting. He had some interpersonal dispute with somebody who had created some artwork for him and then sort of maybe made a video where he shot up this guy's art and then I think he lost a lawsuit because it was some sort of defacing of art and proprietary artwork. In any case, can you still hear me? Your icon just went
Yes,
off.
I can hear you.
Okay, so now
Yeah, mine did too, but I could hear you the whole time.
okay, good. Let's then get into the meat of the topic, which is his behavior in this case. So
Yes.
why don't you tell me in the context of just the last, because we're just talking about 4 weeks or something, I think, from when he
Yeah. Yeah,
took an
very,
interest.
very short amount of time.
And she only went missing. I think obviously it can only be a month old or something. So tell me from your perspective, based on your memory, where you noticed claims and behavior on his part which you started to find problematic.
I'd say it was the Dream Catcher or Dream Chaser, Tony Dodge's panel that he was on when he lashed out at the anime lady.
Now, do you
And,
know any? Do you
I'm
know anything?
ashamed
Do
to.
you know anything about her?
Only what I've heard, like other videos talking about his behavior towards her. That she came from Ukraine. She was in the U.S. military. She helped bring her family here after the war broke out. And the way he lashed out at her, that was my first, oh my God moment. I can't believe he's doing this. And I'm ashamed to admit that I was kind of cheering him on because she did come across very smug. and very shady and wouldn't answer questions and wouldn't, play the video to prove herself right. And he was able to spin it that, oh, she didn't play the video because she didn't want you to hear what I said in the beginning. But just the way that he talked to her, now that I've kind of let it simmer and think about it, I can't believe that I kind of cheered him on in a way. I don't think I really left any comments at that point, like cheering him on, but it's so embarrassing to admit that I did, watching another woman being
Berated,
brutalized. Well, not brutalized, but being
berated.
accused and
Yes,
abused, I guess is the way to put it. The way
yes,
he flat out said, you know where this girl is.
right, right.
That's,
Because again,
oh,
as a
buddy,
as
what
a
do you,
right. So I mean, as a skeptic, obviously we should always try to be aware that we don't know the background. We don't know if this person is actually an honest, good faith actor. We don't know their past. We don't know if they've done some horrible things that this person is in some way sort of justified at being nasty with them. But when once I saw, first of all, the sort of overt misogynistic, really uncivil language, that stuck out to me as not being at least the way
yeah,
you would go about criticizing someone. But then the most important point being, you have now insinuated her as a suspect in very strong terms in the missing
yeah,
person's case, and everybody with the brain understands that you are accusing her of at least maybe having something to do with this young girl's disappearance, but you're using extremely strong language, extremely confidently, and so this is when I instantly get into sort of the scale of the claim you're making. If you say you're an
right,
idiot because you like pineapple pizza, or something like that, or you say you said something stupid, or you got a fact wrong in your video the other day, not a big deal. I'm not going to make a video or lose much time focusing on this sort of rather trivial interpersonal dispute. But he's now making a very consequential claim to accuse someone and or even insinuate someone as a potential murderer in a high profile case, especially given the large size of your audience, is extremely reckless and irresponsible. And this is when my
yes,
critical thinking and moral philosophy radar kicks in and says, bro, you need to meet a burden of proof right this second, buddy. You need to bring the goods if you're going to be making a claim like that in public against an anonymous person on the internet, because these are the sorts of things that can lead to real harm. And I've covered and chronicled, 9 families that have been massively victimized to the extent that some of them went to jail, and then were exonerated. Some have been, gotten death threats. People have showed up in their house believing, because of misinformation, that they were hiding a 5-year-old girl, in front of their homes. They've doxed them. They're in front of their homes with pickup trucks and AR-15s, saying, "We know you're hiding a 5-year-old girl. We're coming in to get them." And these people lived in terror for long periods of time. So these things can have
yeah,
very serious consequences. So when you accuse somebody or even insinuate that somebody is a potential murderer, dude, you better bring the goods, or you should shut up and go off and do your homework. And also, of course, my position is that if you have reason to believe that somebody's actually a criminal in a big case, you shouldn't be saying that in public, because you could let the bad guys know that somebody is on to them, and then they can change their behavior, cover their tracks, cover up evidence. You should be going directly to the police. So as soon as I see these people, because it's so endemic in the true crime world, these people think that they can just spew their opinion, and that they have this
yeah,
right to just say, you're a pedophile, you're a child trafficker, you're a
yeah,
murderer. That is not okay in
which is what he did,
any.
yeah.
Right. So that was what really triggered me. And then, regardless of if she had had any sketchy past or even just a bad attitude, I mean, if you wanted to assess her that way, it certainly didn't merit an accusation of being a potential murderer.
No, not at all.
Okay, so that was the first sign. Then, sort of take us through your trajectory, and sort of what was the straw that broke the proverbial back, where you went, wow, this guy, something needs to be done about this. This needs to be addressed. This is serious.
Well, For me, it was when he made a community because, of course, the Zanime lady had blocked him, so he couldn't see any of her stuff. So he goes to search her name, and I mean, anyone that has made a video or tagged her or talked about her, of course, their channels are going to come up when he searches. So he posted a channel called Burden of Proof. It's a great channel, saying that that was actually Zanime when it wasn't. It's not her. But I mean, these people do whatever he says. It's like they sit and wait and for him to tell them how to think and how to feel. So he put her in danger. And that was really like that was the final for me. I had to say something at that point. And it's like, if the way he's responded, saying he doesn't care, anyone that thinks he's out of his mind or gone too far is stupid, to unfollow him. So basically, he wants an echo chamber. He
Yeah,
doesn't want people that are gonna people
and
that care, that will tell him no and will tell him when he's wrong. He wants people that are going to agree and co-sign his bullshit. And oh, I'm
and
sorry. I'm sorry for the slip
and
there.
and and again, no, no, please, you can curse your brains out on my channel. And again, you didn't see any precursors of what I might call a bit of, I don't know, excessive bullying or even sort of authoritarian tone, to sort of recognize that he has power and he can sort of use his audience to sort of sick on other people. Because it sounds like at this point, he sort of, as you said,
I
wanted an.
did, but
Okay,
I
but you
did,
just
but
sort of
it was
ignored
like
it. Okay,
I
fair enough.
ignored it. Like I'm going to admit it. Like I
Okay.
was a fan of his and I thought he was warranted, but and I ignored it. I probably co-signed it. There's probably comments of me co-signing a lot of his bullshit over the years or over the past year.
Well, that's
If there is,
very.
I apologize.
No, that's very, very big of you to own it, to be able to acknowledge it and recognize that, it's that old line. I forget exactly what all, what is it? Something like all that evil needs to succeed is for good people to remain silent, or it's something
Right.
like that. So in essence, you're essentially sort of owning that you, by your silence, as you used cosine enabled, didn't do anything
100%.
to slow it down. Well, I mean, it's very big of you, and everybody should laud you for that honesty, because that's what we need here. Again, this is not about trying to destroy a human being. This is not trying
No, of course not.
about trying to ruin him. It's trying to recognize that as a society, as a community, this is really harmful and can have serious consequences, and that we need to speak up and to be a proper victim advocate to defend people that are being falsely accused, and then to intervene and confront these individuals, at least to challenge them. And then
Yes.
and what we need, of course, is because of his large audience, we need more people like you, especially people on the inside, who can go to him and say, look, man, I love you, I respect you, I care about you, you have all sorts of wonderful qualities, and I want you to succeed, but we have a problem here, and don't take this the wrong way, but this needs to stop. You need to understand that your behavior right now is not acceptable. So this is where, to use a term, intervention is required, and it will be
Yeah.
more. There are only two ways to do it. It's by him getting ganged up by just a massive amount of people, or a lot of large players that possibly have even more social clout than him, possibly people that share crowds with him, or people from the inside trying to reach out to him to see if they can get him to acknowledge, his dangerous behavior at this point, and hope to sort of stop it. Because at this point, I mean, I do have a background in law. He clearly is has a legal liability. Now, as I've discussed in the past, defamation is historically hard to prove. It can be costly, it can be bureaucratic, and a lot of people don't pursue litigation. But at this
Hmm.
point, he's now essentially become an Alex Jones character, because he's not just gone after some
Yeah.
small anonymous people. He's gone after the family, because he has clearly insinuated. Well, I mean, directly. Let's not beat around the
Yes,
bush. He's accused the Rodney family of being crisis actors and lying about having a dead daughter. Not to mention he's
I'll tell
now
you what, if
insinuating.
they're crisis actors, they deserve a damn Oscar for their performance. I mean, it's
Well,
just
come on.
ridiculous.
Come on, and as I've said too, as somebody who evaluates conspiracy theories, the amount of people that he's insinuating are involved in this likely would be in the dozens, if not hundreds.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a possible pot of money, which could be no more than $150,000 at most. Currently, it's at 65,000. So you'd have to have all of the policemen in on it. Anybody that would have access to in the chain of command to have access to information. AWP is clearly being accused of being liars because they saw the body, and they said it was her, or at least it was consistent
And
with being
that's
her. The
really
coroner,
burning me up because I'm subbed to their channel too, and they do so much good. They've brought over 20 people, missing cases, cold cases, back home to their families.
right,
And
and
he's
and
basically saying,
right, the coroner would have to be lying. I
oh
don't know.
no,
I don't know what the state of her body is. I don't know if they've released it. I don't know if they're planning a burial or some other sort of ceremony. But that is physical evidence. I mean, today he was saying she doesn't
well, I don't,
live.
I mean, I don't want to get,
No,
I mean, coming from, my background working in crime scene, if I were to tell you what being underwater for 2 weeks would do to a body, I mean,
right.
it's
Not
hideous.
recognizable. It's not recognizable. But they'll obviously be able
No,
to
not at all.
through forensics and circumstance. I mean, they've already positively identified without a doubt, right? The police department has already done that, and the coroner has already signed off and acknowledged that she's deceased and that that is indeed her.
Yeah.
Correct? Right.
Yes.
So now, I mean, in principle, we there is the data, the fact, somewhere where which could all be corroborated, but because civilians don't have the right to just go barge into a coroner's office or or dig somebody's body up. So this guy's out there,
Well,
he's sort of he's got basically he's sort of hiding behind what's called unfalsifiability. The fact that that
right.
sort of information is never released to the general public, they don't owe Ryan Upchurch a frickin' Kodak picture of their deceased daughter, and
Well,
that's
no, and the fact that she's a minor, none of
right,
this is going to be public record unless her parents decide it to be. And
right,
after this, like after what he's done, I mean, he's just made this. They're already suffering the worst thing anyone could ever suffer in the loss of a child. And now to
oh my
say that
goodness.
she never existed, that she's not real, show me proof. I mean, it's ridiculous. It makes me sick to my stomach.
Absolutely. So, okay, so back again then, you it sounds like you said pretty early on, basically with when you were sort of okay with Azana makes sort of berating on the panel, but then when you saw
Right.
somebody essentially spreading some misinformation against her, that and somebody accepting it as fact, that's when you were sort of done.
Yeah. And I
Okay,
mean, it's still, after that, it still took me a day or two to actually comment. Because now, like his last few videos and his last few community posts, I'm all over him.
okay,
Very pleasantly surprising that there's a lot of people that are with me. A lot of people that were fans and that do care and
that's
were
good to
trying
know.
to say, we love you, man, but this is wrong. And,
That's good to know.
but I can't support him anymore.
So, I mean, not that it really matters because, of course, you have the right to change your mind. Do you find these offenses unpardonable, or not at
No,
all? Okay, you just want him to stop, and hopefully, then at some point,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
like, would you accept? Would you expect at minimum a fairly honest sort of apology, in order
yeah,
to?
and I mean, the thing is, he doesn't owe me anything. Like, it's not me that wants the apology. It's, I want to see him
No, no, but I'm just
apologize
asking.
to her mom.
Of course,
and
but
to the
I'm just
family, to her friends, all the people that he's wrongly accused and abused the past week. Stop. I'm sorry, my dog's flipping out.
no problem.
But I
Yeah, no,
mean,
I mean
I'm one of those
obviously,
people. It's easy to say that you don't believe in forgiveness or second chances until you become the person who needs that forgiveness and that second chance. And I've been that person a few times in my life. So I am very forgiving and I give multiple chances. But I'm
that's
also
very,
somebody now, I want people that care about me to tell me no and to tell me when what I'm doing is wrong and that I need to apologize. Like that's what I want in my life, but clearly that's not what he wants. But
yeah,
it just seems to me that it's not about him actually believing what's coming out of his mouth. It's him being backed into a corner. And it's almost like I can see him thinking about all these videos that have been made and are going to be made about him being wrong. And that's what's really keeping him up at night. So that's why, oh, well, if it doesn't exist, then I never did wrong to anybody. I never hurt anybody. I never accused anybody. I didn't ruin any lives. I didn't, just dismiss all the people that spent countless days and nights looking for her. I mean, that's what it feels like to me at this point. He just doesn't want to be wrong and he doesn't want to say he's sorry. He would just
so
rather,
so you just then feel at this point, feeling like a cornered dog, that his ego is just overpowering his ability to be able to sort of own it at this point, that he's sort of
yeah,
stuck. Yeah,
I think so. Especially he's already made, I mean, before he said she didn't exist, he made a video roasting all the people that were saying he was wrong for what he's doing or that, he didn't care about her, his heart wasn't in the right place. So it was there was already a little preview to that okay, that's what you care about. You care about what people are saying about you.
right.
You're
Well,
trying to say you're this cool guy that doesn't care. You do your own thing. You're rich. You're famous. You don't need to please anybody. But I
well,
mean,
and
he's
this is sort of where, let me just intervene for a second. This is sort of where I'm at, because I want to bring up then, yeah, my position on that is that, um, when reason does not suffice, when you can't reach someone through
hmm
compassionate appeals to, concern for their well-being, and a positive intervention, or via the use of reason and logical argumentation, then there aren't too many additional steps. So then, as I've argued, normally I'm a fairly nice, civil guy. Hopefully that comes off in your introduction with me. But
it does
I
absolutely, yeah.
I've also now recognized that when logic and reason does not suffice, then you go to sort of the second level, which is using rhetorical devices like ridicule and mockery and shame, because shame can also, can work under certain conditions. And I don't have personal access to him; he's not my friend. So that, and this is social media, which is a tough crowd. So I don't feel unethical about using ridicule and shame as a rhetorical device. I also make, valid arguments, hopefully. And so if I was just using ridicule, I would feel a bit petty. But I'm trying, as a combination of tactics, trying to use
hmm
both reason and shaming to try to have some sort of impact. And I think we need all sorts of approaches. We need the people on the inside who care about him. Don't be using my approach. Go love him up and try to reason with them and try to show him that you care, and try to see if you can make a dent in his sort of, uh, unmalleability at this point, his inability to sort of budge on this topic. But to Platy's point, which is why I shared that comment, from my perspective, it looks to me like the only thing that might resonate with him is to get hit with some serious legal liability and possibly some financial consequences, because clearly YouTube
hmm
doesn't seem like it's going to do anything about his spreading misinformation and very dangerous defamatory, information. So I also believe that,
Yes.
unfortunately, it might be like an Alex Jones situation where, you know a, a, a a $2 million defamation suit from the family might make a dent. Also, the Hesh family could, I don't think they have a very strong case, but the Rodney family certainly would have a case. And I still
Oh
believe
yeah.
that both Xana May, Ikmel, and Ronnie would have a case, although I very much doubt they will pursue it. Most people don't pursue defamation cases. As I said, they're very difficult to prosecute. But so, where did I want to go from? Essentially, the opportunities, one being suing, one being just sort of a lot of content pushing back. So I wanted to then ask you, because I pushed pretty hard in my video last night with the strong accusation that his plea or his seeming concern for a missing girl, which is a very common tactic, which my other true crime bad actors use all the time, he looked like he was behaving completely consistent with what I'm used to in terms of all the opportunists, all the charlatans, all the frauds, all of my true crime bad actors. When he
Mhm.
made the initial appeal, his justification for getting involved in the first place was the how he suffered from seeing the poor mother suffering when her daughter
Yes.
was missing, and then for him to turn on her really speaks to a massive mistake he's made, and it makes his character
Oh.
be completely called into question. Because even when you're cornered, you shouldn't be willing to do anything, and he looks like he's willing to go to the mat and be willing to just destroy any semblance of integrity. If he's willing to really
Hmm.
expose himself by literally destroying the moral argument that he began with by calling the family a liar and suggesting that
Yeah.
there there is no dead young girl here. I mean, it's just atrocious. As I said, in the strongest language I could use, this is moral monster level behavior. You don't do that,
Yes.
especially not with 3 million rabid loyal fans.
Oh yeah. And that's what just blew my mind is absolute disregard and just how quick he flipped because he went so hard for Kylie in the beginning and he was very passionate about it. He wanted her to be found and he was willing to do anything to help the family. But I don't know if it was because he was wrong and he had already put those accusations out there. But I remember watching Zav Girl's live stream when they broke the news that she had been found and he was on it.
Yeah,
And
and
when
his reaction was an ego that was looking to be validated, not somebody who had a concern for whether or not she was still alive or
no,
looking to
and
be impressed like she was dead.
he flexed his arms like Rob
Hmm.
Van Dam. If no one knows who Rob Van Dam is, he's a pro wrestler. Yep, there you go. You got it. He flexed his arms and smiled. And
Right?
it just, that was really,
And, and then he
that
spread
really turned my stomach.
and then he spread
What was that?
misinformation, and then he spread immediate misinformation
Yeah,
because
he said, leads to
I
the
called him on
arrest of a
that.
sex offender.
Right, which was a prior article from 3 days ago, which had nothing to do with this case. It was just when they were doing their searches,
It
they were
fit his
looking
narrative.
correct. It fit his narrative, and it made him look very, very bad. And was very telling about what his motives were here, his sincere
Yes.
motives. And so it calls his integrity and his honesty and his morality really into question. He really exposed himself. So I see his last video personally as an attempt to try to cover his prior very dangerous allegations, possibly to limit his legal liability and maybe to get some of the heat off of
Hmm.
him. But he might not have recognized, and maybe his fans didn't recognize, but by him going the route of it's all fake, I'm not sure he even understood that what that means is that he's calling the Rodney family liars.
Exactly.
I'm not
And,
sure.
it
I'm not
doesn't,
sure. I don't think he thought about that one.
I mean, he can go the route that this is all fake, but the accusations and things that he has done is very, very real. It's real to the people that have suffered because of his words and because of what he's done. That's very real. So if he
Absolutely.
thinks that he can, kind of skip accountability by claiming, well, since it's fake, then I never really accused anybody. Well, it doesn't matter because those are real that you accused. They could have possibly lost their job, their name, their face, they've been doxxed. Everyone knows who they are, where they're at. I mean, it doesn't matter if you want to say, well, none of it was real, so I really didn't do it. Well, no, you did real harm, buddy. You
Absolutely.
affected people
And I
very
have
badly.
perfect. And I put in my video last night, I gave other examples in recent memory, cases that I covered, where this exact same thing happened. And there's all these people saying, whatever, dude, it's just people on the internet, making noise and yelling at each other. There's not any real danger. There's not any real potential that somebody could be harmed. Well, I beg to differ. In the Jamie Wilson case, in the AK Rocks case, in the Nomadic Trek case, and then I could go,
Yeah.
back and address some other issues. There was real potential for actual homicide. In
Yes.
the Jamie Wilson case, for a complete misrepresentation and a complete, I'll just in this case I'll give Chris McDonough the benefit of the doubt, although he shouldn't. I'll just assert that he made a mistake, a fair mistake, but the consequence,
Hmm.
because he wasn't thoughtful about what he was insinuating somebody into, because this was a missing 5-year-old girl, and he was playing on the QAnon ploy of, large scale child sex trafficking and pedophilia. Jamie Wilson, completely innocent, lovely guy who wanted nothing more than to show up and just try to help find the little girl. I lost Nick, but she'll be back in a second. Um, there were real world consequences. People showed up in front of Jamie Wilson's house in a couple trucks worth. They found out where he lived, and they showed up and they were yelling from the street, 100 meters from his home, 100 yards, not far from his front door, with him and his wife and kids, saying that they knew, and I think he was on the phone with them, and they're saying, we know you have Summer Wells, and we're coming to get her. And so he apparently went out, in his street with the AR-15, and he sat on his front deck to protect his family. I mean, he was in fear of his life and felt like he had to protect the lives of his family. And in the case of AK
Yeah.
Rocks, his wife contacted me personally and told me, all the consequences that she was dealing with. That every time he was not home, she, had a bat next to her bed, and that any noise triggered her to, wonder if she was going to, somebody was going to break into their home and attack her and her young son. And she said that, now every time she's driving down the road, when somebody looks like they've been following her for an inordinate amount of time, she drives in a different direction to, worried that they're going to follow her home
Yeah.
and harm her. So, uh,
I
first of
couldn't
all,
imagine.
First of all, people don't understand what it feels like when your home no longer feels safe. So just the perception of a threat
Yes.
changes the quality of your life immensely, even if nothing happens. So there already is a consequence simply if you perceive that you could be actually, harmed in your own home. And to the extent that it actually can happen, of course it can happen. It does happen. It has happened. And in the cases that I've covered, Nomadic Trek, they all laughed at me. I got in a fight with one of these guys saying, we don't even know who the guy is. He's got an anonymous Twitter account. How can, we have to worry that he could be killed because of all these, idiots that are, attacking him and accusing him of being a murderer. Well, they did find out who he was. They found out his name. They
Yep.
found out his address. They found out, what he had done as a career, and they sent him threatening packages that very well could have been pipe bombs. They weren't, but he felt threatened, and he was a
Right.
cop. He was an ex-cop, and they all said he wasn't an ex-cop. He just coincidentally, Chris McDonough, an ex-cop, just coincidentally fingered wrongly another ex-cop of being Brian Laundrie, and he fabricated
Oh my
information
God.
to support his bullshit conspiracy theory. And these people could have been killed. Now, the fact that they
Yes,
weren't
they could have.
is not an argument in your favor that this behavior is okay. All you need is one hint from
No.
a loyal follower who gets in. I mean, we all get infuriated by the idea that a child could be harmed. We all get infuriated by any injustice and by the fact that an innocent was harmed in any way, whether an adult or a child. But when you're bringing up child trafficking or a child being harmed, that makes people lose their ability to reason and lose their ability to
Yeah,
care about being law abiding. And they absolutely, all you need is one. And when you got 3 million followers, you got a lot of those potential ones, the one unhinged guy that actually will go the
yeah,
extra mile and actually show up at someone's house or try to do otherwise damage in someone's life who did nothing. And you haven't, because you haven't met a burden of proof. That's back to why I'm so adamant that when you make these sorts of reckless and frivolous claims and you can't even back it up, what you're doing is really dangerous and about as immoral as it gets.
yeah. And I think he knows that. And I think, I mean, he's got to know it. If he didn't before, he does now. Because, I mean, he used to brag about no one's ever going to be able to cancel him. And, you know, you give people that power to cancel you is basically what he's saying. I don't think he realized, maybe he was too cocky, maybe he did think his shit didn't stink, but yes, you can be canceled, and this might be the time you are. I hope it's not. You know, I think he has a lot more to offer the world through his art. I think he should stay out of true crime because I think he's too interested in the conspiracy theories to be able to have a level enough head. Because his favorite thing to say in the beginning of the Kylie Rodney case was think outside the box, think outside the box. Well, you have to know what's in the box before you think outside of it. Usually, the simplest solution is the solution, or the
Uh,
simplest outcome
Occam's
is probably what happened.
Occam's razor. In
So,
this case, Occam's razor would suggest it was an
yes,
accident. But I mean, again, as I teach critical thinking, a lot of people have these heuristics. Thinking outside of the box is one of them. One of the problems I have with this space, and of course, then I just get called you know, a a snob or an elitist or
right,
something like that. But expertise matters, knowledge matters, and if you
it
don't
does.
understand why police are tight-lipped, if you don't understand how to treat an ongoing case from the perspective of whether or not you're going to bring somebody up on your social media panel and how to interview them in a ethically responsible way,
Yeah,
having empathy and compassion for the families and respect for the law enforcement to do their job. If you don't understand how law enforcement works, if you don't understand the law, if you don't understand general ethics, you are playing in a dangerous space because if you're in true crime, you're in a space which we're talking about the most serious human behavior that there is. We're talking about murder. We're talking about
right,
uh, death. We're talking about uh, violent abuse and psychological abuse. We're talking about depression. We're talking about suicide. We're talking about victim advocacy. And if you don't know, if you have no knowledge of these spaces, if you have no expertise in any of these prerequisite skills, and you're not even a very good critical thinker, because by my lights, he's a horrific reasoner.
yes,
He might have passion, might have a lot of good qualities, but again, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm sort of at this level of reasoning. I mean, I sort of teach formal reasoning. I do have a couple master's degrees. I have been doing this sort of thing for a long time. I don't call myself a law enforcement officer, but I do have a strong background in
yeah,
um, in ethics and the law and things like burden of proof and all sorts of things. And I don't even engage. I'm not a true crime channel. So when these people just irresponsibly think their opinion and their alleged common sense, throwing out things like think outside of the box. I mean, you don't know anything about what law enforcement knows. You don't know what
mm-mm,
they go through in terms of their due diligence to prosecute a case. But you think because you're wealthy or you're cool or you have a big audience or you're a singer that somehow qualifies you to know more then law
Well, that and he
enforcement.
has 3 million people telling him his word is gospel.
Of course.
So I think he's kind of lost touch with reality in that aspect. I mean, I could see
Absolutely.
that clearly in these last couple videos, just the way he's right and the rest of us are stupid.
Absolutely.
I
So,
mean, I'm sure I've left a couple comments saying, you're saying the police are acting weird, that they're not giving you answers. Well, of course they're not, because one, it's an open investigation. There's very little they can share. And two, it's a minor. So that's even less they can share. So,
right,
of course, they're going to pause between questions and make sure that they word it correctly because
right,
of those laws and the fact that they know people are going to twist their words. They're going to
right.
share it all kinds of ways. They're going to form all kinds of conspiracies. So they're very tight-lipped and they're very careful about what they say in press conferences. And I can tell you back from working in that field and going to them, it is very, very nerve-wracking. It's terrifying
And
because if you say the wrong thing, you can ruin somebody's life or you can ruin your career.
did you did you
You can get fired for that.
did you watch my video last night?
I think I did. I think I watched it today. I believe it was the one you did last night.
Yeah, but because my discussion about the press briefing was exactly all of the points you just made, completely consistent with a proper understanding of why law enforcement, especially in a
Right,
press conference, behave in a particular way, and why Ryan Upchurch doesn't get to use the argument that they're not telling me what I need to know. There are reasons
right,
why they don't tell you. And the other thing I wanted to add then in that context was this sort of, along with his ignorance, is his presumption and his arrogance to assume that someone like Ronnie needs to prove that he's real, or that he needs that his cousins need to come forward and validate what they've said. These people don't owe Ryan Upchurch any of that. And
right,
Ronnie then
right,
said the same thing. The presumption and the arrogance that you need to somehow satisfy the desires of Ryan Upchurch is the height of arrogance and presumption. Nobody owes you any of those things, my friend. If you think somebody's
right.
done something wrong, the burden of proof is squarely on your shoulders to demonstrate that they've done anything. And if you're up there saying the
Hmm.
fact that they haven't satisfied my desires means they're sus, or therefore they're
Yeah.
murderers, is just outrageous and immoral as fuck. And
It
arrogant.
absolutely. And the thing is, like a lot of the stuff he's asking to be quote unquote proven is proven. All you have to do is Google it.
Of
There's
course.
pictures of her everywhere.
Of
There's
course.
pictures of her with her.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, whatever.
I mean, do
It's been easy to find.
you know how many people, right? Do you know how many people would have to lie to prove, to support the claim that a human being who's dead isn't even real? I mean, this would be an easy exercise. You just have a
Yeah.
documentary journalist who just goes to her hometown with a video crew and just asks every single person that ever interacted with her, and then you would have a Ryan Upchurch um, having to explain how it is that hundreds of people her age have met her over the last 16 years of her life. Teachers that taught her in all the classes,
Right.
principals, everybody else that ever interacted with her, all her family members, and Ryan Upchurch would have the burden of proof to demonstrate that every single one of these people has some interest in completely fabricating the existence of a human being. I mean, it's just he
Yeah.
doesn't, because he's not a smart guy. He's not thought through this, which is how I know that he's being dishonest. It's just the problem is because his crowd, he knows he doesn't need to do anything but simply assert things with confidence, and he knows that they will have his
Yes.
back, and he knows that they won't turn on him, at least not in large numbers, that he can get away with it. But he doesn't understand the scale of his claims are just incoherent. They're absurd, and
Yeah.
again, they're immoral and they're dangerous.
I was just gonna say, and very dangerous. And I mean, now since all of this happened, I can't even look at the picture of her mother without it
Oh,
making me sick to my stomach. thinking I hope to God I mean, I'm sure she has, but I
Do I
hope to
do I
God that she hasn't seen any of this.
so sorry, do I have a mod in the room? Do I have a mod in the room? Sorry about this, Nick.
Oh, no problem. I can't see the chat, so I don't know if there's something going on
Yeah.
there, but
No, no, no. I just quick question. If I have a mod in the room, um, you need to get rid of the real Griff right now, please. Hold on, let me just do it myself. Jen, get rid of the real Griff. That is who I believe it is, correct? Sorry, Nick. Sorry for this interruption.
oh, no worries. I can't see the chat, so I don't know if what's
Oh,
going. Well, probably a good thing I can't see it, but
yeah. No, it's not a problem. Just an administrative decision I need to make. Okay, thank you, Jen. I'm correct that that is who I presume it is, correct? I certainly don't want to block anybody that's more than welcome here, but I have every good reason to believe that that is who I indeed believe it is. And he's not welcome here. That's all. There's already been one other person that came in who was also not welcome. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. And sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to interrupt. And Nick, excuse the interruption.
no worries.
Okay, so sorry. Please carry on from what you were discussing, if you remember.
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, no, it's okay. So I think unless you just want to, if you think there's any other points to bring up, I mean, I think we've covered a lot of ground. And again, I thank you so much. I mean, this has just been a real pleasure for me because you are just so well situated and you're so honest and thoughtful about your position. I mean, and I think it's really good. And I think that I don't I'm small potatoes. I don't expect to have any impact on this individual. Hopefully, I can have an impact on others. I can provide them with some arguments and some reasons for why what he's doing is harmful. And if people can use any of that and spread it and have any impact, then that's about as much I could do. I very much would not
Well, you're
expect.
doing a great job so far. I think
Well,
I loved watching. I've only watched a couple. I just found you the other day. I'm so sorry to say that like that, but I watched the Cornbread Terrorist. I love it.
how how
But
how do you how do you not know my anonymous irrelevant work?
well, I
Hi,
guess
Miss
I was too big
Tricia.
of an Upchurch fan. I didn't I've actually found a lot of great channels with, the kind of change in my opinion and attitudes towards them. I found a lot of really
Here's
great people
here's
that I
one of my
probably wouldn't have gave a chance
here-
before.
here's one of my friends who I is on my good actors list because I so often focus on the bad actors list. Well, Tricia from Web Sleuths is a good egg. She's a sweetheart. She's bright. I think she's thoughtful and careful, and tries to handle true crime with, I think, the sensitivity and the thoughtfulness that it deserves. Another one of my channels that I respect is Hidden True Crime because I think Lauren and John really also treat
Hmm.
this genre, this domain, this subject matter with care and expertise
Yes.
and professionalism that it requires. And I always, I feel bad for the legitimate true crime channels, the people that I think do care about people and that do want
Yes.
to just inform people and discuss their hobby and their interest and hopefully help victims and possibly you know assist law enforcement to the extent that this us as civilians can. And so it's a shame, and I'm sure from their perspective, they very much feel the weight of having to announce themselves as a true crime channel in this
Yeah,
environment with so many bad actors. I mean, it really just,
yeah.
you know,
And also, Ryan's put a big stain on
oh
the true crime community
yeah,
with
and
his
that's why I
actions.
came out of retirement because, um, I
Well,
was sort
thank
of,
God you did, because
well, whatever.
it's,
Thank you. That's kind of you. But so yeah, so if you do you have any other very anything we haven't discussed? I mean, anything you want to ask me or anything that we haven't discussed about, him in general or his behavior in this case or anything you think could help remedy the problem, what we can all do to possibly have a greater impact to minimize the harm that's being done not only in this behavior, which is ubiquitous in the true crime space, but in this very particular case and Ryan Upchurch.
well, honestly, I think the only way it's going to get through to him is if, we unsubscribe and stop watching. It's been kind of like a train wreck for me. I've been commenting like a madwoman the past day. I just happened to have a day off from work, and I went crazy with it. There's so many comments that I've left on his videos, his community posts, that honestly, I think we have to hit him where it
Okay,
hurts and
okay, so
stop watching
before,
and unsubscribe.
okay, three. Okay,
And you
so
and you keep doing what you're doing and talk about it, and hopefully, if he watches enough of videos like yours, he'll understand what he's doing wrong, because he's surrounded by nothing but yes people in an echo chamber telling him that he's right and he's awesome, and oh, they agree with him. They've felt this the whole time. It's like, no, you didn't. Just yesterday, you were gunning for Zanime and ready to dox and destroy her.
oh, that was
So,
one point I brought up that I made the easy prediction. I mean, it's not like I'm Nostradamus or anything, but I made the simple prediction that he was having too much fun and he was too active and he's probably too addicted to his social media presence for him to just quietly go in the night like he claimed he was going to do last night because apparently he was already back and doubling down within less than 24 hours. So
oh, he's made several community posts. Each one,
yeah,
I'd say, a good handful since he said he was done with true crime. He
yeah.
just wants to make sure we know that he doesn't care, so he posts every couple hours to remind us that he doesn't care, and which tells me he cares very much. And I
Right.
think it's helping. I think things get worse before they get better. But I
Yeah.
think, channels like yours, videos like this, and Burden of Proof, and other really great channels who aren't afraid to, stand up for what's right. Hopefully, it'll get through to him.
Okay, people. So there, that's the wisdom of the day. Don't be passive because if you don't challenge bad ideas, it's easier for them to propagate and persist. So be courageous. Be if you care about this sort of thing. I mean, none of you are obliged to do anything, but if you do care and if you do think it's a problem, if you see a bad claim made out there, put it down in writing, challenge it, uh, provide a counter argument, refute it with better evidence and better reason. Number two, what else did Nick say? So first,
Yep.
be active. Actually, do something. So say something. Don't let it go. Number two, don't watch because you're giving the guy views, and that'll hit him where it hurts in his pocketbook. And three, unsubscribe if you're subscribed, because again, that'll hit him in the pocketbook and maybe make him recognize that it's only in his best interests to possibly find a way back and to possibly own
Cares
this.
very much about his numbers.
Yeah, so I mean, if his identity is tied up in his 3 million subs and his fame and his wealth, then unfortunately, as I said, whether it's through civil litigation or through YouTube, possibly, doing something or just an onslaught of people power, public opinion turning against him, and hopefully more and more of his subscribers calling him out. And again, I'm not I'm not the compassionate, loving actor here because he's not my friend and I'm not a fan. But his loyal fans who love him and who care about his well-being and want him to succeed, they have a whole job to do that I can't do. I don't have that capacity. That's not my function here. I'm an objective external observer. But I would say that the best bet is for as many people like you, Nick, and for people that are still willing to reach out to him in a compassionate way, to really use the language of love and support and compassion to try to reach him, because he's gone over a cliff, and a lot of people
Hmm.
simply don't come back from that. And he may have simply done permanent damage to his reputation. And I mean, one of the things that you learn about social media is once you've acquired a certain size, you're going to have devoted, loyal followers forever, that will
Yep.
likely put up with everything through thick and thin and will never turn on you, and they will allow you to do anything. So he likely will not pay the most serious of consequences. I mean, in the sense that, the odds of his subscriber count going from 3 million to zero in the next 6 months is, zero. That's not going to happen. But maybe he could lose 20,000, maybe he could lose 50,000, but likely not even that. So he's likely going to be still on the internet in 6 months if he doesn't get sued, or he doesn't decide to take a hiatus and try to go undercover for a little while, to hoping that people will forget what he's
That's
done.
what I think he's gonna do, honestly.
Well, that's what I think a lot of us were hoping last night. He wasn't big enough to own it, but he was at least going to stop making bad noises, and then hopefully go out and do his thing, and then just let this all dissipate, and hopefully, in his interest, that people would simply forget, and then he can come back 6 months later, where people have short memories, and say, "Hi guys, I got some new songs, and let's talk
Yep.
about something else." And then everybody's like, "Oh, we missed you," and then it's water under the bridge, and everybody forgets.
Yep.
I mean, that's what he should do. If I were his lawyer or his PR specialist, I would choose two options. One would be to get off the internet for a bit. Well, maybe three options. One, just to completely stop talking about it. That's the simplest thing. Change the subject. Two, maybe take a break, hoping that people will forget. And three, then, which I would think would be the most noble, would be for him to just simply own up, make a heartfelt apology, come out here, cry, show all your passion, say you got scared, say you got yourself down a rabbit hole and you didn't know how to get out, and you didn't know what to do, and then you felt bad,
Yep.
and you were afraid that people would lose respect for you, and you didn't want to disappoint your fans after all the hard work you'd done, and you just got caught and you were in a trap, and you didn't know what to do, so you doubled down and lashed out like a cornered tiger. Um, but especially Americans, they're very forgiving. Uh, if he could own up and apologize, I don't think that's very expensive, and I think that it would go at least some way toward possibly uh, recovering from the damage. Because again, from my perspective, he's so far over the cliff that you know I can't imagine myself, like you talked about. Maybe you could forgive him because you
Hmm.
liked him. You know of his qualities. I have no
Yeah.
vested interest in seeing him succeed, and his behavior, by my lights, should shut him down entirely. I want him
Right.
shut down entirely, because I don't trust that he's a good actor. I don't trust that he can act in good faith, and I certainly don't trust that he can correct for this scale of error. But
I'm
I'm
getting
a
there myself.
I'm an external party, so in any case, and unless you have anything else to say, I was wondering, did anybody see any good questions, either to myself or to Nick, that you think might be useful and interesting? So questions for either of us? Unfortunately, waiting for the chat can always take a while because it's a little bit. So yeah. I mean, if you have anything else, I mean, again, I'll belabor the point that the fact that he turned on the Rodney family, whether or not he was aware of it or not, it seems sort of irrelevant. The fact that he was willing to do that is so glaring. It's so telling of what,
That's what really got me. That's what
yeah,
really shocked me the most. Because
yeah,
just a few days before, he was talking about how he couldn't sleep watching her mom on the news,
right,
and now all of a sudden she doesn't exist. It's
right,
mind blowing to me.
right. I mean, I tried to show the juxtaposition last night in my video to show his heartfelt, passionate, um, victim advocacy face, caring about the missing girl several times, yelling at anime, saying, "It's all about a little girl, dude. Come
Yeah,
on." Which of course, by the way, was off topic. Was actually not the response to give her because they weren't talking about what was relevant. He was attacking her, and she was trying to
yeah,
defend herself, and then rebut her by saying it's about a little girl as if she has somehow said otherwise. She didn't say otherwise. She didn't make a claim like
no.
this is not about the missing girl or this is about me. She didn't say that. So why did he even go there? He went there because he didn't actually have a very good, strong foundation to go after her or to have the arguments and the goods to justify
And I
his
mean,
attack.
I've felt really bad about, when he did that, and I was kind of cheering him on, so to speak,
Right. Because him
like
and
thinking,
Tony,
oh, she definitely.
right, because him and Tony were
I don't think she,
completely
I,
out
I
of
didn't think
line.
she had something to do with it, but I was just caught up in the moment. And
Of
now,
course,
like,
I get it.
this is the first time I ever talked on a panel. So I'm trying to put myself in her shoes, thinking if he would have spoken to me like that, I would have froze. I would have been in such shock. I wouldn't have known what to do, which is probably why she couldn't get the video to play, why she couldn't
Yeah, I mean,
really answer the questions.
right.
I
I mean,
mean,
that's the
I owe her a huge apology just for my compliance with the whole thing, is how I feel.
my my superficial impression was that she was outnumbered by men, not saying that
Yes.
that's the relevant variable, but outnumbered on a foreign panel with a celebrity with 3 million subscribers berating her, interrupting her, accusing her of the most heinous crimes, and screaming at her. We had a non-objective moderator in Tony who was clearly behaving like a fanboy, who was just, you know,
Yeah, I was just
this
gonna say that.
he was just thinking about the new subs he was going to have in the morning when he woke
Yep.
up after having Ryan Upchurch on his panel and couldn't bend over backwards to tell him how much he loved him and just gushing over him. So that girl,
Well,
from
did
what
you
I
see? I don't know how many live streams it was after that, but he actually said Xana May owes him a thank you because of him being on, because of her being on his
I,
show,
I
that he got her all these new subs.
no, I didn't see that, but then the other relevant point there was that I never saw her directly say, "Ryan, you said I killed my dog," but that's what she was being attacked for. All that I saw
Hmm.
her saying was that she was being attacked by his subscribers, suggesting that
I think
Ryan,
she misspoke
she may
since
have
I've
misspoke.
rewatched it and I'm
Right,
more on her side, so to speak.
right,
I think she did, but I think it was an accident. I think there's kind of a language barrier there. I
right.
think she was nervous. I think she knew where it was going and she
Correct.
knew who she was up against. And I'm
Correct. So
sure
that
all these thoughts and emotions were running through, and she froze. And that's exactly what I would have done, I'm sure.
exactly. So I don't have evidence that she ever did directly accuse him of saying, you killed your dog. But I
Right.
know that what they were asking her was that if she did say that, she should take that back. And all that I
Right.
saw her say on that panel was say that, and she even said, I did not see him say that directly, but she continued to repeat, and Ryan kept screaming at her, I'm just asking for a
Mhm.
simple answer. She continued to repeat time after time after time that it was his followers who had accused her. And if anybody accused me of killing my dog, I'd go berserk. I mean, that's a really strong accusation. I'm an animal lover. So my
Mhm.
my
Me
perspective
too.
was she was being bullied, she was being interrupted, she was outnumbered, and she was not allowed, and they were not accepting that she, even if she had made an earlier mistake, if we want to call it that, that was clearly not a lie, because now she had the opportunity to qualify it and to say, no, I didn't say it was him, and that's what she said a million times, and they were still berating her as if
Yeah.
she didn't have the right to say, because then he kept saying hearsay, hearsay. She does have the right to say, your followers are accusing me of killing my dog. And now the most important point. For him to sit there arrogantly screaming at her and calling her a liar when I posted in my video 25 times every time he said, show me the video, show me the video, show me the video. He clearly insinuates in his prior video that
Yeah.
there was a dog and that they were investigating another dog, and somebody brought up the point, probably a very old dead dog. I mean, the possibility of a
You're right.
dog being in the same location of a place where another dog had been buried. First of all, you could
Yeah.
easily demonstrate this. You could show the dog. He could have the logical understanding that digging up a dog uh, likely would be skeletal, or at least in some degree of decomposition,
Yeah.
not consistent with a living dog being buried within a few days. And so he clearly insinuated. So it's very reasonable to assume, based on how much influence he has over his 3 million followers, that his insinuation clearly led his followers to accuse her of having killed and buried her dog.
Yeah.
It's completely reasonable. He should have apologized to her. She should not have been apologizing to him. This was completely
Right.
backwards. And Tony was sitting there, and they didn't try to help her, because then Ryan was screaming, she's not going to play the whole video. She's not going to play the whole video. You didn't need to see the entire video to understand what his insinuation was. It was clear. It was direct. It
Yeah.
couldn't be taken out of context. He was accusing a stranger without any evidence that she killed her dog, about as bad a thing as you can do besides kill a human. And
Yeah.
they're putting the pressure on her. Plus, it's not her mother tongue. She was likely nervous,
Mhm.
and so they're. What I watched was just a bullying, horrific attack on someone's character without any evidence, when clearly Ryan was responsible for that entire episode. I would
Yeah.
never insinuate that you killed your dog. And then if the next day you came back and said, a bunch of your friends suggested maybe I killed my dog. What's that all about? I
Yeah.
would like to believe, if I did say it, I'd have the honesty. Oh yeah, they probably heard it from me, because, well, I think it's pretty weird. And I think, did you? I mean, did you kill your dog?
Yeah.
Um, uh, you
Well, I
know,
mean, in that same sentence, I mean, he accuses her of the two worst things that a human can be, which is a dog killer and then a
right,
child trafficker,
correct.
saying that's
I'm.
someone who knows where that little girl is.
This is my
That
position
was
with
right after the dog.
This is my position with Rachel right here. From what I could see, she did not lie, full stop. The worst you could accuse her of doing is possibly having misspoken, and I didn't see where she could have possibly said, Ryan, you said I killed my dog. I did not see her say that. And the fact that then she continued to qualify it and say it was about your audience claiming it, and she even goes so far as to say, I never saw Ryan saying that. Had they been able to pull up the video, Ryan should have apologized to her. He was accusing her of being responsible in the missing person in the Kylie Rodney case, and he was insinuating that she killed her dog in order to plant the seed into his 3 million rabid followers that would suggest homicidal tendencies. I mean, that's why he did it. That's why he said it. He said it to plant the seed in his 3
Yep.
million rabid followers that she possibly was the killer of Kylie Rodney. And then the absolute absurdity of suggesting that a social influencer, a young lady who's trying to clearly create a social media presence and now has taken an interest
Yeah.
in true crime, has done what a million other social influencers have done: take a road trip to the site of a very viral event, and take
Yeah.
some selfies, and then have a nice little ride on the lake with your cute little doggy, and then make a video on it, because maybe the people that follow you might find that interesting. It might get you a few new subs. And I mean, if you were to and the irony that he went on panel, I never did watch it, but apparently he went on panel with Molly Golightly, one of the worst con
Oh
artists,
my God.
charlatans, and bad actors in the true crime ghetto. He went on her channel, and what is her reputation? Her and Bullhorn Buddy Butthurt Betty are famous for claiming to be the heels on the ground, going to uh, viral true crime locations to scream out of
Yep.
a bullhorn in front of the possibly grieving families' homes, demanding information. So the irony of this is just stark and on display. And Ryan is the one who should have been lambasted and should have apologized and should have been under assault. And Tony looked like a obsequious sycophant fanboy. And then when she sorry,
100%.
I don't want to use that term. When she politely said, thanked her host, Tony, was beginning to cry, and said that she was going to leave the panel because she no longer was going to accept the disrespect and the constant taunting and bullying. When she left, Ryan's calling her a bitch and telling her she's scared, and again planting the seed of consciousness of guilt because she's leaving, as if she's a coward. And Tony says, yeah, I mean, that's weird, that doesn't make her look good, why would she leave? I mean,
Right.
if you are watching this objectively and you think that Tony and Ryan look right and Xana May looks like she's guilty of murder, you need to calibrate your moral compass and your reasoning skills, because talk about seeing something bass ass backwards.
Yeah.
Rant over. But yeah, so anyway, I didn't see because I don't have anything. Jen, you're still in the room. Oh, but you're not feeling right. Good, right? I was just or Platty or anybody that wants to come up that may want to sort of jump in between us, because you've been maybe seeing what's been going on in the chat, and Nick hasn't seen the chat, and I haven't been able to follow the chat. If you have a sort of a gauge for the tone of the chat room and any good questions, or you would just like to come up and participate, might add a extra element, because seeing who's in the room, I imagine that there were probably a lot of really good quality content comments made by you guys, and things that I didn't think to ask, and really relevant points that I didn't cover, that would probably be really, really useful. So anybody wants to, I tell you what, I'm just going to drop the link, and anyone who thinks you can sort of add some more valuable insight are more than welcome to jump up and join us. And by the way, Nick, thanks again. I hope you've had a nice time. I hope I haven't made you feel
I have.
uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Yeah, because even if we weren't doing this live, I've just really enjoyed your company, and you know, let's
Same
be friends.
here. Thank you.
Let's be friends. I like you. You seem like a very nice, bright,
Same
interesting
here.
person.
It sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll do the fist pump thing, and you
Yep.
can do the
I'm
virtual.
fist bumping too. You just can't see it.
Okay, sounds good. We'll figure that out, because that was a big surprise to me, because, like, of course, if I'm asking a Ryan Upchurch fan to come talk to me, I have no idea what I'm getting into.
Oh, I know. I
And
mean,
and one of the people who was a clearly an ardent Upchurch fangirl came on my community post, and then just insulted me with the same bad arguments, and then said, like, why would I come up and talk to you after the things that you've said about Ryan? Well, if I'm not speaking to you, because you are the people that I would not expect to be able to want
Right.
or want to have a conversation with me. The point was to talk to the people who are his fans or who had been his fans who um, have seen the problem and think it is problematic and would like to come up and address the problem, not to come up and lambaste me. I mean, if you don't like me, that's fine, and maybe
Well,
we can
see,
have.
the thing is, those people, I don't even think they agree with what he's saying. They're just
Being
desperately
loyal.
hoping that he will notice them and he'll like their comment and reply.
So yeah, I bet. So first off, hi, Burden of Proof.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Hi.
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing tonight?
I'm awesome, thank you. Hi, Nick.
Thank,
Hi, how
thank.
are you?
I'm good. I want to personally thank you for everything that you've done and all the support you've given.
Oh, thank you. You're very welcome.
You've been
When
awesome.
I
You've truly defended me multiple times on even the comments in my video section as well as over in Ryan's. So I really want to thank you.
You're very welcome. I could not believe it when I saw him do that to you and then trying to insinuate that you're someone else, someone who's guilty. I mean, that was really it for me. I couldn't co-sign his bullshit anymore, pardon my language. But I know you've been around for a long time. I've seen, I wasn't subscribed to you at the time, back in the day, but I would see a lot of your videos and you were always fair and you always, went for the victims and rode for the victims, I guess I should say. And I've kind of gone crazy in the comments.
No, no, Alley Cattails. Alley
Deserve
Cattails,
that.
you
There was
wouldn't.
a lot of people that agreed with me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're very
So
welcome.
So yes, and by the way, you have a wonderful name, Burden of Proof, because I've been teaching science and philosophy for a decade on Facebook, and my two most core fundamental values that I teach in critical thinking are burden of proof and the null hypothesis. So you get the thumbs up already for the perfect name, especially in true crime.
Awesome. I've heard you mention
Definitely.
it multiple times, and I agree. And that's the point of why I named my channel that, because there's so many people running around with conspiracies and theories, but do you have the burden of proof?
Correct. Well,
Exactly.
it's just that the basic fundamental is that the moment that you make a positive truth claim to know something about the universe, any claim of truth about the world we live in, that is the moment at which point you should accept and bear a burden of proof. And if you reject that, or you don't believe that you should ethically have a burden of proof when you're spewing knowledge claims, it's essentially quite immoral because you're trying to influence someone. You're trying to suggest that you know something about the world that we live in, and you're hoping that they will adopt that view or agree. So if you want to influence someone or persuade them and you have the courage to suggest that you know something, then you should um, happily share your good reasons and evidence to that person in order to give them good reason to adopt that belief. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're being very unfair to simply try to influence somebody without even attempting to give them good reasons why you believe it and why they should.
Exactly. Exactly. And I see there's so many. I actually just did a stream last night about the term true crime because there's so many in true crime that are speaking, but they're not speaking on actual facts. They're drifting away from factual information. And I'm not
Yes.
saying that they're intentionally lying. However, they're going so far down rabbit holes that it's leading them further from the truth. And
Correct.
so at that point,
Yeah.
where is the true in true crime?
One, it's just then irresponsible
Very.
because, especially when you have a platform, you have then just the standard burden also of being thoughtful and careful, especially with a delicate subject like true crime, to basically do your homework, to be careful with the claims you make, to bring at least good arguments, if not solid empirical evidence that others can corroborate. And if you're not treating these things with care and you don't understand these basic general critical thinking and philosophical subjects, then you're literally just up there spewing nothing more than opinion, possibly spreading misinformation, possibly promoting conspiracy theories, and then you are sort of indistinguishable from a just a conspiracy theorist or a propagandist or what's called a sophist. Somebody who's essentially being even maybe deceitful. I mean, maybe you have a vested interest in spreading misinformation because it's good for your reach, or you know that your audience wants to hear something and you can't defend it, but you're going to say it anyway. And then there's just the natural human problem of we love our ideas. If an idea popped into our mind, we're likely going to like it, and we're likely going to think it's probably a good idea. I mean, I had it. If I had an idea, it's probably a good thing. Well, that's not how you evaluate truth claims. We have all sorts of things bounce around the inside of our skull, and a lot of them are misinformed and ill-informed, and they're just imagination and subjective opinion, and they don't necessarily need to be shared with the rest of the world. Sometimes the thoughts that bounce around our skull might very well, deserve to stay within the confines of our skull. And if you're going to be out there promoting something like true crime, you should be thoughtful and careful and prepared and know the difference between good sources of information and bad sources of information, and understand that if you're going to speculate and you're going to give your opinion, to treat that gently and carefully and caveat it and introduce it. And sometimes I don't think speculation should be done. Clearly, I'm not saying that nobody should be able to speculate or give their opinion. I'm just saying that certain speculation might be something that you reserve for cocktails in private with your friends.
Agreed.
So we should be careful. That's all I'm saying. And we should, when we do share information, we should at least expressly let our audience know that it's mere opinion, and then differentiate that from fact claims. And if we're going to be making alleged fact claims, we should be able to bring the goods so that somebody else can go off and inspect that on their own.
Yeah, you just
Yes,
spoke the truth on all of that. Absolutely.
absolutely.
And there's a
And
lot
I
of
think,
people. Go ahead, Nick.
oh no, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Oh no, really? I already forgot what I was going to say. Go for it.
Sorry. I'm
It's
sorry
okay.
about that. I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was one of you two that said, if you dive deep enough into the rabbit hole, the dots will start to connect. It will seem like things make sense and things come together.
Yeah,
But
the apophenia problem, the
yes,
so-called pattern matching problem.
yes,
Yeah, and that's a problem that's just rampant in this true crime space, because again, humans are answer-seeking machines, and when they want to, I mean, we need answers in life, and one of the things I always say is that brains want answers, and they don't like it when the answer is I don't know, and so they're very susceptible to accept any answer, because any answer is more comforting than uncertainty or not knowing. So we are very prone to accepting any answer, even if it's the wrong one, rather than simply reserving judgment and saying, I don't know. And we reward people
hmm
that give people answers, even if they're the wrong ones. And that's why, if you won't give answers, if you're being intellectually honest and epistemically humble, and you're saying, I don't know, I shouldn't comment on this, it's irresponsible of me, they will go look for somebody, and then there will be opportunists over on the side going, you want an answer? I got an answer to sell you. Come sub to
Yes.
my page, give me a
hmm
view. I'll give you an answer. And these people are like, they don't even necessarily differentiate between a good answer and a bad answer. At least, I know what the truth is, except it's not the
Yes.
truth.
yeah,
Yes. And that's the
I mean,
difference. There is a huge difference between that kind of channel and the kind of channel I am. The what you were explaining and describing is me and my channel.
yes,
And what people go and seek is that they want, it's like a real life clue. it's intriguing to try to put the pieces together,
Exactly.
to
It's a
try to
fun
find
Yes.
game.
out who did it and what they
Yeah.
did it with and at
Yeah.
what time and in what location. It
Yeah.
is. I
And to be
totally
the one to
understand
break
that.
that news is,
Everybody's playing Internet Clue.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Everyone is playing Internet
yes,
Clue, and I don't play the Clue game on my channel, and people are like, "Okay, goodbye. I want to go play Clue." Right? And so that's where they go.
right.
But I cannot change from my morals, my value, my what true crime is about, what these victims deserve, what the missing deserve.
Thank
They
you. And thank you for that.
deserve this to be in a compassionate way. And
Absolutely.
They do.
if if you're not going to give compassion to them, their families, their loved ones, then I'm sorry, but I don't want to associate with that. I can't have it on my channel.
Well, all of your ethics are in the right place, and that's just music
Yeah.
to my ears because I came to YouTube True Crime last year simply because I saw all of this irresponsible, reckless behavior, and then also sort of the lack of expertise. But I'm more concerned about the ethics than the expertise. I'm not saying that I think you should. It's sufficient to simply have good ethics. I think also you need to bring a bit more to the table, and if you don't have the prerequisite background skills, then you can learn them. I mean, people are autodidacts. They can go read books on criminal investigation and journalistic ethics, and they can learn the law, and they can still be a good value-added true crime channel, even without being a cop or a investigator or a lawyer or a professional journalist. But without the ethics, this space is really dangerous. That's why someone like Chris McDonough is so dangerous because he actually
Hmm.
does have the prerequisite background and the street cred to be running a true crime channel, but he completely lacks the ethical integrity to do it responsibly because it's all about promoting his self-interest, growing his channel, and sort of creating a second career, and then also uh, sort of getting addicted to the adulation and this cult-like feedback that he's getting, and so many others are getting from having a platform with a bunch of loyal, doting fans who hang on your every word. It's hard to resist.
Very true.
I had somebody in my comment section recommend your channel to me and say that I should come and check you out and that they would love to see me come up and talk with you. And
Well,
then Nick mentioned you tonight. So here I am.
welcome. I'm so happy to have you.
Yay.
So happy to have you. And again, with your name and the ethics that you just stated and are promoting, I mean, that's just music to my ears. My job is just to help people become better thinkers to the extent that I can have any impact on people, and then just to try to sort of push people towards being a bit more, at least responsible, and learning sort of the basics of moral philosophy in terms of your responsibility to a community and to the victims, and to treat these topics with the care that they deserve and the sensitivity that they deserve, and
Thank
Yeah,
and the
you for that, both
and the
of you.
prof- and the professionalism.
absolutely. Yeah, I could tell
Yeah.
there was a difference with you when I heard you. And I just felt like I would feel safe to come up and have a conversation with you,
Well, thank you.
and
Hmm.
that it could be an intelligent, respectful conversation. So I do appreciate that.
Cool.
Yes. Thank you.
On a side note, we also have cocktail hours sometimes, and then we get silly.
That's fun.
and
Yeah, go
and when
ahead.
we get and
Yeah,
when we get
especially when you don't
silly,
have to worry about things going
yeah,
nuts and
yeah, and when we get silly, we get quite silly. But so yeah, thank you, Burton. I'm honored to have you on the panel, and again, thank you for saying those kind words. And of course, Nick saying now, Burton. I had the impression, because I can't do two things at once, that you had been in the chat. You'd been in the chat room for a while. What was the tone in the chat room? Did you notice anything? Do you have anything that we didn't discuss that you'd like to ask Nick or myself? Would you like to transmit any of the information you gathered
Well,
while being being in the chat room?
It was a lot of people agreeing that it's irresponsible, his behavior, his actions, his
Hmm.
words. It's all very irresponsible. That he needs to own up for it and at least be accountable to some extent for the way that he's behaved. Um,
Hmm.
I did not see many that were being, any kind of disrespect. I didn't see that at all.
I mean, I had to get rid of one person, but I don't even think he misbehaved. It's just he's not welcome, and that's
I
simple.
did I did see some asking me what happened with him and and I can better explain a little further if you
Oh,
want me to.
actually,
Hmm.
I think that's would be I would definitely be quite interested in hearing that, because again, it's more insight into a story that I don't know nearly enough. Because all that I did to prepare for these videos, somebody just called me out of retirement, and I came back for these videos because I thought what he was doing was atrocious, and I simply, all I needed to do was listen to all of his videos to understand the claims he was making, and how dangerous they are. And to people, to the people that were saying, yeah, but you don't know everything about him in the past, and he's a good guy and he's very charitable. Well, sorry, the fact that you gave $1 million to charity and helped a million starving people doesn't give you the right tomorrow to turn around and accuse someone of murder. That's not how it works.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And ultimately I ended up having people sent to my channel thinking that I was a pedo.
Of course,
Um
of course,
the
I would
Hmm.
title
accuse you the same. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, the title of his video was something about Ikadmel Zaname connected to pedo site. And I clicked on it, put my headset on, walked into a different room, and I heard him explaining how, oh, these people are connected. She deleted her main account, and I found her second account, and it's got child pornography. And look at this, everybody. And I'm in the other room and I hear click, 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 click as he's searching. And all of a sudden, I hear my music start playing, my intro music. And I'm
Hmm.
like, you've got to be kidding me. And I come running.
Oh,
Go ahead, what?
sorry, just to intervene. Am I understanding correctly? You're suggesting that Ryan himself was implying that you had something to do with.
That I'm part of this trafficking.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. Okay.
Yes.
He
And
was
so
basically saying that she was anime in disguise.
Yeah,
I am
despicable. Well,
I'm supposedly Zaname. I am her second channel,
of course.
and that we do trafficking over on my channel, and that there was child porn connected to it, when in fact it's the bots that spam in the comment section.
Yeah. Everybody
And
gets it from what I
Right,
understand.
exactly. Yeah, I've seen him do that. But by the way, I mean, because I've covered these true crime bad actors, and in my video, I tried to point that out, but you'd have to watch more of my videos to understand how I just talk about these common tactics, these common unscrupulous and despicable tactics that these dishonest channels use to defend themselves. So any challenge or anyone saying something that they don't necessarily like will result not simply in them saying you're a jerk or you're an idiot. It's far, far more sinister. If you challenge them or they see you as a threat in any way, they will accuse you of nothing less than murder, pedophilia, child trafficking. I mean, it's just disgusting the lengths to which these people will go, because no matter what you did to annoy me, if you came in and you just called me horrible names, burden of proof, I would never accuse you of being a criminal.
right,
I might say, like, well, you're a jerk too, and and get lost, and what an asshole, sort of thing. But I would never accuse you of being a criminal. I mean, how low can you be to respond to criticism by accusing someone of being a murderer? I mean, that's just about as as nasty. But anyway, I just wanted to say that in this space, and I've sort of covered the topic, you see that the bad actors use a sort of tried and true set of unscrupulous tactics to discredit anyone challenging their authority. And these are the ploys that they use. And it's just despicable because they don't. And this also tells you, not only does it tell you how immoral they are, but it tells you that they don't have the goods. Because if they had the goods, they wouldn't need to resort to these low tactics, these petty tactics,
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
defamatory tactics. And they all use the same one. So all of my bad actors, they've all played the same game with the insinuating through false pattern matching and insinuation and innuendo that people are pedos and involved in child trafficking. And there's a big QAnon constituency in this movement, so that a lot of people are already susceptible, and everybody is triggered by the idea of children being harmed and certainly being sexually abused or trafficked. So it's just a very easy, effective, and very low tactic that these bad actors are willing to jump to immediately, and it's about as deplorable and despicable as you can be.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially like it's terrible to do it to well, her real name is it's Anastasia, and so
okay,
it would be
Mhm.
anime, if we're gonna call her, but I thought it was anime at the time. And so it's terrible to do to her. But then you include another channel that has
Yeah.
absolutely nothing to do with any of it.
right,
What happened was I had made and so I'll answer Buttercup. No, I had never done a video about Ryan before that. But I did do a video about anime. I had done it, but I had spelled it Zanime, and it was about her being on the All American Dream Chasers channel. She said that she had a video of a beautiful Hispanic family at a party,
right,
and
Mhm.
everybody went wild over what video
Yeah.
does she have. She must have been there in order to record it, and she's keeping it a secret, and the police deserve to know about it, and us as the public deserve to know because we're the internet and we should know everything. And I
Yeah.
did a video and I said, everybody calm down. And in my title, it said, here is the video that Xana May has, or something along the lines of a video that Xana May that everybody's talking about. And and I just showed that it came from Snapchat Maps. That's where the video
Yeah.
came from. That's it. Very simple. And so, because her name was in my title, the night before, Ryan made the video where he typed
Mhm.
in that name, Xana May, in the algorithm, and the way the search history came up, it popped up my profile. Xana May popped up me because I had her name in one of my titles. He clicked me and automatically said, that's her second channel. She's part of the trafficking. Look at this, and got everybody to come and attack me.
of course.
And then I went through that for the week, thought it was over. And then Saturday, he did a community post with my
Yep.
channel on it again, still telling everybody that I am her second channel and that everybody needs to like basically become more intelligent and put the pieces together. Like,
Yeah.
come
Well,
on.
I mean, I was discussing the other night. I was discussing the tactics that these people all use, and I talked about the problem of runaway apophenia, or basically, in layman terms, false pattern matching that these channels all do. We talked about everybody's playing virtual clue. That's what that is. So we're looking for patterns. The problem is we're susceptible to identifying false patterns. So our brain convinces us that there's a meaningful pattern here, but ultimately we're quite often wrong because a lot of people don't understand the difference between correlation, causation, and so I refer to a tactic which a lot of the bad actor channels use, which is they they do these scrolling tactics where they just go quickly down a page and they refer to this thing and then they make it sound spooky and they say, see, that's weird, that's odd, and that's all they have to say to convince their audience that there's something nefarious going on here. And if you're just sort of, and it's also an example of confirmation bias. Ryan already has a conclusion, and then he goes looking for data to support that conclusion. And then it's just very easy to do that. And I don't know exactly what this algorithm was that pulled up your name in association with Xana May, but that's clearly an example of a false pattern. You haven't shown any link between the two channels. You simply run a Google search. I mean, I made a joke. Maybe you'll appreciate this. I was imitating him with his ridiculous anagrams and showing how I could also create anagrams and make him look guilty. And then I made a joke where I said, and I adopted a hillbilly accent to make it a bit of parody entertainment. And then I typed in on Google Ryan and gonorrhea, and then I just went down the page, and then I just highlighted, every article in the history of the internet that has the words gonorrhea and Ryan in it. And then I just made the joke. Look at this guy Ryan, he's got gonorrhea. Look down here, here's Ryan here, he's got syphilis. And Jesus, look down here, he's got chlamydia, and he's calling that other girl herp lip. I bet if I keep looking, he's going to have herpes too. Guys, this guy's bad news. You don't want to listen to him. He's dangerous, and he's got communicable diseases. And then afterwards I said, I'm joking, everyone. This is satire. I just wanted to show you how easy it is, if you are of sinister intent, to frame someone, to defame someone, to make someone look guilty of something. All you need to do is plant the seed, to use suggestion and innuendo, and your audience will run with it. They will go, the guy I like and the guy that I trust just suggested that person's a bit sketchy, and they don't then provide the links or the arguments. They've done it very quickly, and you've just been now primed. Your brain's been primed to believe and see what they see. And if you trust them, you accept it by authority. And then in your mind, yeah, that burden of proof is a bad person. That burden of proof is somehow related to Zaname, and he already told her she's bad. So, I accept it. And it's very easy to plant these seeds, to use innuendo, to use these tactics and techniques, plus a whole host of other ones that I've tried to sort of highlight, so that then when you see people, I mean, you began with discussing the difference between facts and how to mostly rely on facts, and these games that these people are doing are anything but fact based, and they're not even allowing you to go investigate on your own. So they're not providing you the links and then explaining the logic that they use to draw a conclusion, and then allow you to go off on your own and see if you can test that hypothesis, to see if it holds up under rational scrutiny, see if you come to the same conclusion. And that's what I'm a science and philosophy forum. If I make a strong claim, especially if I'm discussing science, technical science, I link to 10 peer-reviewed meta-analyses in the highest impact science journals, so that I don't want you to trust my interpretation or my reading of the studies. I'm going to tell you how I interpret it based on my reading and present it to you as the best scientific information. But here's the data. You go off and you investigate it and corroborate it if you can. If you come back and you tell me that I did a good job of representing it, that's great. And then we both come to the same conclusion by parallel, by doing our own homework in parallel. That's a great thing. That's two brains that have converged, that are both being objective and looking at the data on their own. And if I have misinterpreted it, please come back and let me know where I misspoke, or if I've used the wrong word, or if I've suggested something that's not borne out by the studies. And that's sort of where I come from, is in the science world. You you back everything up with hardcore evidence, and you cite all of your claims. And if you're not willing to do that, I mean, this is why social media is so dangerous. These people just are up there spewing information. They don't give the supporting documents in their description. People don't know the difference between a primary source and a secondary source. They can't tell the difference between Bob's opinion blog and Nature magazine, or a legitimate criminal investigation document, or a legitimate public document. They can't differentiate between good information and bad information. And a lot of these bad actors, they don't even feel an obligation to provide you with that evidence, which means that you just have to take their word for it. And more often than not, it's simply their opinion or their interpretation of something, and it can vary substantially from the facts and the truth.
Right. And what's so dangerous with Ryan is his core group, Creek Squad. They're the ones that are, they're followers, but they also look and research for him and bring the information back to him, that they dig into on different people and situations, I guess. But was he had screen recorded the part where he said it's child porn, and then he screen recorded, slid down and showed the link that the bots had put, and it said over 18, and the other one said adult. And so if any of those people had just thought for themselves, read for themselves, they would have said, well, this is not true. This is not
Correct.
child porn. This is not what this channel, this isn't right. He's
Correct.
off on this one. And instead of thinking for themselves, he does have a whole core group of people that are such big fans of him that it doesn't matter. The evidence was in front of their face. To see what's coming out of his mouth was not a fact. But they ran with it. It came over to my channel and completely attacked, saying that I was involved with this child trafficking and such.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I apologize that that happened to you. I've seen it happen a million times, and it's happened to me. And I see these players using the same tactics. And then the problem, this is why this cult-like behavior, where people simply accept things based on authority, and then run with it, and then go attack people, is just so immoral and irresponsible. And welcome back, Nick. And so the
Oh,
other,
am I back?
yeah, the other thing I talked about, burden of proof, the other night, is a tactic called Gish Gallop. Gish Gallop is a common fallacy uh, used whereby basically people throw out a million claims at you, and you don't know where they come from. You don't know the basis for the claim. You can't go investigate it yourself, and you're so overwhelmed by the quantity, the volume of the claims, that you can't really refute all of them. And then the people that are using that tactic, that also then gives the appearance to the gullible and loyal followers that more information means that their case is stronger. So this Gish Gallop is essentially just throwing out many claims, trying to distract people. Basically, they're red herrings. So that everybody's trying to chase down the source of it if you're a critic or if you're a skeptic, but you might not be able to find it to either refute it or corroborate it. And the gullible audience takes that Gish Gallop fallacy as a sign of strength because they think 10 arguments made is better than one argument made. But 10 bad arguments, 10 lies, 10 false pieces of information is not better than one good piece of information. And it's a great sign that you're not dealing with a good faith actor when they're not making a single claim, allowing you the opportunity to rebut, and then continuing on to the next claim. So when someone is bombarding someone else with a million different accusations and not allowing to rebut and address each and every one, it gives the illusion that someone's in a position of strength and someone's in a position of weakness. And then the person who feels insecure because they can't really respond to 50 claims that they don't even know about can appear nervous, and rightfully so. They're like, well, I don't know what that is, and where'd you get that? And they can then appear nervous, which then again reinforces this illusion that the person that made the claim is right and the person that doesn't have an immediate response is wrong. And so it's called Gish Gallop. It's a very common tactic by opportunists and bad actors and people who act in bad faith. So you'll see it all the time. In conspiracy theory worlds, you'll see they'll do the false pattern matching trick on everybody, where they see this, so they're priming your brain. See that? Ooh,
Hmm.
what does that mean? That's odd. And they use this spooky language, or they put things in scare quotes, and then they show you some quick little image, or they make a circle on a little image, and they go, see that? That's bad. Makes that person look guilty. And everybody goes, oh, circled around an image. Oh, and the person used scary language. And sometimes they put scary music in the background, and we all go, oh, and what's happened is what's called psychological priming. Somebody has planted a
Hmm.
seed into your brain, and if you accept them as a credible source, you will accept it. You will not necessarily be skeptical by nature. And what we teach as critical thinkers and critical thinking educators and skeptics is to basically, um, be skeptical of everything that's presented to you, and at least say, sorry, what is that? Where does that come from? How did you jump to that conclusion? Explain the logic to me. You don't simply accept things by authority, or when somebody has primed your brain and said, look over here. That's bad. That's scary. Ooh, and then you go and you just
Hi. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to get off because I've got to go to work. But thank you so much for having me.
yeah,
I
no,
had a good time. And
thank you so much for coming up, Nick. Thank you for having the courage. Thank you for having the ethics to sort of even own up and be so forthcoming. It was really a pleasure for me. I'm sure
thank you
everybody
so
else
much.
in the room really appreciate it. And let's keep in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye, Burden. Good night. I hope to
Thank,
see you again.
Have
thank
a
you
nice
again. Good night.
have
You're
a
very
nice
welcome. Good night.
night. So anyway, sorry to just sort of belabor the point, burden of proof, but because, when you teach critical thinking long enough, you just see the same tactics, and we are so susceptible to them, and especially if you trust someone, and it's just something that we have to deal with.
What are
And
your
sorry, and I
what are
was
your
just going to say again, I'm so sorry for what you've experienced, because I know how it feels, and it's so unfair.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going to ask, what are your thoughts on the catch 22 portion that if you say something, right? You say, "No, I'm not her." Um, Whoa, why are you so defensive?
Right.
You're guilty. Or you stay silent, you stay quiet, you just let it pass by, and it's, well, why are you staying so silent? You must be guilty. You're not saying anything,
Right.
right?
Well, the answer to your question is in your name. So
Yes.
one
Thank
one of
you. That's what I've been saying.
one of the things, because I teach in science and philosophy in front, I have 127,000 followers or something over there, and because I handle very controversial topics in science and philosophy, I have to engage with people constantly who, often acting in bad faith, uh, use a whole host of fallacies. Some people do it innocently. People are just maybe not great at sticking to the topic, for example. But a lot of people then make fallacies. For example, a red herring. A red herring is basically when you uh, change the topic. I mean, we're talking about a subject A, and then someone comes in and says, what about subject B, which is a very standard fallacy called whataboutism, but it's also essentially a red herring, where somebody's trying to get you to lose your train of thought and to chase down the smelly fish, because red herring literally comes from the hunting, where basically you would try to distract the dogs and throw them off the track. And so the red herring is a fallacy where somebody simply changes the topic to get you to look elsewhere, to get you to go off topic and lose your concentration. So when somebody accuses you of something, or changes the topic at hand, or refocuses the attention, if they are the one who's making the positive claim, instead of you needing to prove a negative, you simply turn it back to them and say, you've made a positive claim, you bear the burden of proof, back up what you're saying. And
That's what
you and
that's what
and
I've
you
said.
don't and you don't have to respond to anything if that person is not willing to accept their burden of proof. And if they try to reject their burden of proof and then reverse it back onto you, that is a fallacy. That's considered bad faith. That's considered dishonest. You then just have the right to say, okay, so you refuse to accept your burden of proof, therefore you're not acting in good faith. We can't have a civil conversation. That would be my advice if you want to play the proper intellectual game of debating. You don't allow someone to distract you. You try to not chase down their red herrings. You try to say, look, we can talk about something after, but let's finish up our initial conversation. And if you are the one making the positive claim, you bear the burden to back it up. But if somebody's making a claim to you, You never need to be defensive. You simply say, sorry, you haven't met your burden of proof. And you keep pushing back on them and saying, until you give me good reasons to accept your claim, we're not going to talk about anything else. We can talk about something else afterwards. But right now, you're trying to distract everyone from the claim that you've made. Back it up, buddy. Bring the goods.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yes, that is what I have said too. Is that he's got to prove that they've got to prove that when they say, "We'll turn your camera on," then if you're not her, then turn your camera on. Prove it. Prove that you're not her. I don't have to prove anything to
Correct.
anyone. You
Correct.
guys have to prove
Correct.
to yourselves and everyone else that I am her. Prove it.
Correct. So let me set that up in terms of how the logic works. If someone's saying you need to turn on your camera to prove that you're real, or whoever you are, you simply push back on them and saying you are making the positive claim that I am not who I claim to be. Therefore, you need to demonstrate that I am not who I claim to be, and I have no obligation to prove myself to you, and I don't need to prove a negative. I do not need to disprove your claim that I'm not who you think I am. You need to prove that I'm not who you think I am. So that's how the logic game goes. And once you succumb, exactly to your point, because it's a really, really good question. Once you've then allowed them to reverse the burden of proof and place it on you, you then can easily appear defensive and nervous, and then to an uncritical audience, the second you say no, I'm not going to put my camera on, they go, see, suspect. See, you're guilty of something. That's the game that they're playing. And the only way to solve that is to smash home the point. No, first of all, I don't have any obligation to prove who I am. But second, you're implying, therefore, you're making the claim that I am not who I say I am. You need to prove that. And if you can't prove that, nobody should take your claim seriously. I don't need to prove a negative. I don't need to prove that you are wrong about claiming that I'm not who I think I am. They need to prove to everyone else that you're not who you say you are.
Exactly. Exactly right. Yep. Exactly right. Burden of proof is actually. Um.
But just to add one more thing, which is that the problem is, we talk about playing the same language game. If people don't respect the value of reason, and if they don't respect the value of evidence, in the quote from Sam Harris, if somebody doesn't respect the value of reason, what reasons could you give them to make them value it? And if they don't respect logic, what logical arguments could you provide them to make them value it? So when you're playing a different language game with people, a different logical game, if they don't know logical fallacies, if they don't understand the burden of proof and its relevance, if they don't care about these things, then they will simply bully you with experience and personality and you know charisma, and we can easily all get pushed around. And if the audience is not susceptible to reason, then you are in a hostile environment, which puts you in a very delicate situation because pretty much they're not going to play by the rules of rationality. In which case, you know, you have to probably extricate yourself from the situation. Somebody asked me to debate them, and I said, I won't debate you because I'm not going to engage in a knife fight in a dark alley with your vicious alley cats in your chat room. This is a hostile environment. It won't be conducted responsibly and in good faith, and you're not equipped to have an intellectual chat with me. Now that comes off as being looking like a coward, but there's a reason why Einstein. I'm not saying I'm Einstein. Please don't take it the wrong way. There's a reason why a neuroscientist doesn't have a debate with the pizza delivery guy on neuroscience, because the fans of the pizza guy are not going to appreciate or be able to distinguish between the good arguments made by the neuroscientist and the bad arguments made by the pizza guy. But the audience will make it seem like you're a coward. And this is just something that is very frustrating because there's not really much to do about that. But if you stay and fight, um, you're essentially you're fighting a battle with your arms tied behind your back, and you will lose. And I've seen this happen. I've seen a million intellectual debates where a good faith intellectual accepted bad terms of debate in a bad forum with a hostile environment, and superficially it looked like they got schooled and were humiliated because of the perception of this sort of illegitimate forum, and ultimately they never should have accepted the terms. And debaters sort of understand these rules, and yeah, from the outside looking in, it can just look like you're a snob or you're a coward, and there's not too much to do about that, because then your only option is, okay, do you stay and get abused and get bullied and get falsely accused? And do they then just use this? Because one of the things that I've learned is that if you debate with somebody who's unscrupulous, they'll just take screenshots of that, they'll record it, and then they'll make a hit piece on you the next day, and they'll take everything out of context and they'll
Yes.
snip it and do everything. So if you at least just walk out of the room, at least you're not giving them a free content opportunity.
Yes, that's exactly it. Well, and then their new thing that they're trying to do is say that it's they're coming into my comment section and saying you're, and I actually just saw one over in your comment section saying that we're trying to get clout off of a young girl's death. And they have come into my comment section saying that that's all, we're basically whatever trying to get, I don't know, something off of her death. And it's
Of
like,
course. Well,
Ryan is the one that associated my name.
correct,
I had nothing to do with any of this prior to
correct,
that.
correct.
And you all are coming over into mine and commenting to me.
Correct. Not to mention, they are supporting a guy who's accusing the mother of this dead woman that she's a liar and a crisis actor.
Exactly.
And But the other one, of course, we get all the time. I got the same with Chris McDonough because he's a big fish. Because I'm not going to waste my time going after small fish. I'm going to go after the ones that are the most consequential. And so, of course, everybody immediately just accused me of clout chasing because he has 3 million subs, and I'm doing it just to grow my channel. I mean, okay, but that's still an ad hominem, and it's still avoiding your burden of proof. If I'm making the positive claims, your job is to rebut them. If you think I'm making a bad argument, or you think that my case is weak, then if you're acting in good faith, I'm acting in good faith. I'm putting myself out there and I'm making an argument, and I'm basing it on reason and evidence. And if you disagree with me, then what shows your good faith is that you'll actually address my arguments and rebut them with either better reasoning or better evidence. And if your tactic is to attack me and insinuate that I'm acting out of bad faith or out of ulterior motive, then you have now failed in your good faith opportunity to rebut me, and you're essentially doing nothing but committing an ad hominem fallacy where you don't have any substance. So your only play is to attack my character, and that's just a simple ad hominem fallacy. It's a illegal tactic in intellectual debate. You lose if you do that. In a proper forum with good faith actors, intellectuals and professionals and academics, they don't ever attack the individual because everybody in the room is playing by the same rules. And they know the moment that you insinuate somebody's acting out of bad faith, or they're an idiot, or you're changing the subject, you're engaging in a whole host of other dishonest tactics, the audience is smart enough to see it, and the moderator will shut you down and say, get back to topic. This is off topic. You're distracting. You're obfuscating. You're using centrifuge. That's bad faith. So the problem when you're dealing with people who are not playing by these rules is then it's relativism. Then it's just anything goes, and then it's basically just the ape that screams louder and bangs on his chest harder is the one that convinces the gullible monkeys is right, and the one that's being respectful and actually making the arguments looks like he's weak, he or she is weak. So This is just the problem, especially in social media, because nobody's playing by good faith rules of intellectual debate, intellectual
Yeah,
conversation.
true, true. And being the creator, I can't just say anything back to these people. I may have a thought that I want to say when I'm like, you know what? You want to break the rules of any type of intelligent conversation? Well, here's what I think. I can't just say, here's what I think, because I'm the creator. Because then screenshots get taken, they get passed along, and next thing you know, those are put into a video, and I'm some monster for having said whatever it was after having been attacked and bullied and harassed for X amount of time.
Yeah,
So there, it's like a lose lose in that realm, to the point
right,
I can't stoop. My brain can't go down to that level.
right,
I I just don't have the energy in me
right,
to do it. And
right.
so I very simply either ignore it and keep on, just I just ignore it, or I tell them that they, when they get an education and they read what it says, then maybe we can have a conversation, right? The part where you're saying that it's child porn, and if you read, it is clearly not. So things like that. But I ultimately can't say just anything. Being the creator, you
Yeah,
know.
and again, also, um, when you're out here in the wild, wild west of social media and putting yourself out there, that just sort of comes with the territory, and we all have to deal with that in our own way. I look at it like, choose your battles, and also obviously take care of your own mental well-being, so we can all also just sort of reach a saturation point, and might need to just simply take a break or insulate ourselves to some extent. Obviously, for example, going on a live exposes you more than making a prefabricated video. Not having a channel exposes you less than having a channel. Actively moderating a channel, like for example on my Facebook forum, I actively moderate, and that means that my channel hasn't grown nearly as fast. I would have easily, I mean, I probably spawned dozens and dozens and dozens, or even hundreds at this point, of clone pages like mine that were my original subscribers. I inspired them. They went off and created their own, and they were more ambitious than me. And their way of moderating their channel was to let everybody fight and talk and allow the trolls and not to actively moderate. Well, I think I have an ethical obligation to protect um, my followers and to provide a relatively safe environment for positive conversation. And that means that when I see people clearly acting in bad faith and simply trolling or coming to, start a fight, I will remove them, because I can tell the difference after all these years between people who are honestly coming in to have a sincere conversation and those that just want to cause trouble or clearly don't have anything to offer. And that needs to be differentiated from shutting down criticism. You don't want to simply shut down opposing viewpoints. You want to be open to alternative positions and people, but they need to be able to show that they're acting in good faith. If they're clearly giving you signs that they're not acting in good faith and they're just simply trying to cause a fight, then I think the right thing to do is get them out of there. Just like I treat this or my Facebook forum like Thanksgiving at my home. I, I'm pretty open-minded about allowing people to come into my home. I think I'm fairly generous. But if you come into my home and you start a gratuitous fight with my other guests, or you throw your food on the ground, or you belch and flatulate, you're not playing by, my civil rules of social interaction. And maybe I might not throw you out at the moment. I mean, maybe I might. Under those circumstances, I probably would, but I certainly would not be re-inviting you back next Thanksgiving. So if you behave and you disagree and you make a rebuttal and there's nothing wrong with that. We want to encourage uh, criticism and disagreement, but it needs to be conducted in a positive and good faith um, um, with a good faith attitude. And if you're showing bad faith right off the bat, I don't need to give you the benefit of the doubt. And so a lot of the channels in social media, they don't moderate and they allow anyone to come in. And as soon as a fight breaks out, they just feel like, okay, well, I'm not my brother's keeper, and they have to settle this on their own. But it causes a lot of disruption. It keeps people from having positive conversations. It causes chaos. But but it's great for metrics. It's great for your growth. If you don't moderate your channel, you're going to get 10 times more subscribers. So I know a lot of channels that they encourage conflict. They don't moderate their channels. They let people fight like cats and dogs and scream obscenities at each other, and conduct conversations that are nothing more than the child schoolyard uh, rumbles, brawls, and then they argue that they just respect free speech. But I've been in a ton of admin groups where it's not about free speech. They're not being honest. They're talking about how to maximize metrics when they're in private. They're talking about how to grow their channels. They're talking about how to monetize. They're talking about how to use clickbait titles. They're talking about how when they post something gratuitously provocative, it gets great numbers. So they're using titles in order to piss people off, in order to provoke them. And they know they're going to get people, and then they know it's going to start fights, and they step back and they go, hey, I'm just going to allow this to go. I'm going to allow free speech because they know it's great for their numbers. And, I don't think that's a great way to behave. So I do believe in that we should moderate our channels to some extent. I mean, you can't, especially if you have a big channel, you can't be there to read every comment in real time and all that. But I think I have an obligation in my chat room to protect these people. They're all acting in good faith and being civil. I feel the same on my board if they're making comments. And I don't block somebody because they disagree. I block someone because they're not willing to even make an attempt at an actual rebuttal or actually making an argument. If you're just going to come and call me an asshole, well, get lost. I got no time for you. I took my time. I exposed myself just like you. We're out there. We're trying to be responsible, trying to make good arguments. And if all you got for us is you don't like us, okay, we'll move on. And
Hmm.
I don't necessarily need to keep a seat for you at our table. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. It's so true because there's even some over in the comments that'll be like saying that I'm lying, and it's like, listen, you've heard what I had to say. If that's your opinion, okay, keep it stepping. You think I'm lying? I have nothing more that I could possibly say because in the end, you still have to prove that I am her, and I'm not. And then someone said that there's a voice changer. What
Yeah,
voice changer do you know that gives somebody a Ukrainian accent and then
yeah,
takes it away? So you're
yeah,
telling me I've used a voice changer for a year
yeah,
that has had no Ukrainian accent, and then I decided to jump up on a All American Dream Chasers panel and show myself and not use my voice changer just for his stream alone. That was
yeah,
when I decided to go all natural. Like,
yeah.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I've only shown myself. I was incognito for the majority of the time. It's only been like a week. And I just went, the heck with it. It's hot out here. I don't want to go inside. Whatever. Hang outside and just, because I looked at these live streams at the beginning as just a chat among friends for the most part. And, now I have a lot more people in here. So, I should treat it a bit more seriously. But I still look at it as we're friends. I mean, burden of proof. You don't know me, but you're a friend. I mean, you this is a pleasant conversation. I like pleasant conversations. This is all good, and we should be able to be ourselves and relax and not worry that we're going to get bullied, but we will be. Somebody right now is downloading this. You are on my panel. I'm going after Ryan Upchurch. You will be used in a derogatory fashion because you came to see me, and because you're already on his bad list, on the Freak Squad's bad list. Um, if I went on your channel, I would equally get that scrutiny. These people are unscrupulous and they will do anything. And, you either just, you know, close down your channel and find another hobby, or you accept the risk and do the best you can But yeah, there are at least some tactics at our disposal to fight it off. But when you have 3 million rabid cult people coming down on your head, there's not much recourse to that except when they break the law. So they can dox us and they can find us and they can accuse us of heinous things, and then it's just out there, and then other people are going to have to make up their own mind. But once it's out there, people assume it's bad. If there's a post somewhere that says Berta Proof is a horrible person, she's done these terrible things, and we don't know anything, and we're not critical, we just go like, the only thing I know about Burden of Proof is that she's been associated with bad things. Therefore, she's probably bad. I should probably steer clear of her. Well, I mean, that's how rumors, that's how they work, and that's how they're effective. And these people know that that's how you shut down criticism, is just by defaming them, starting rumors and gossip. It's no different than high school, just at a really big scale.
Absolutely. Huge scale. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Uh,
So, sorry, just to interrupt for a second. Um, to the chat room, was I just seeing a bunch of people yelling out "Creek Squad"? Those people were legit, right? They were coming in to start trouble, and I'm assuming they weren't just being sarcastic. They were the real deal, right? Okay. And I'm assuming my mods took care of that, and they didn't cause too much disruption, and everybody's okay in there, and I don't have to address it or know what happened. Everything good? Okay. Th-
I
thank
had
you. Thank you for handling it. That's the other point. I didn't realize when I first started that modding was a thing, or that it was important that I had good mods, or that they understand my values and know how to protect my room and know how to protect me. And now, I mean, I realize it's just invaluable. The people that have a wrench in my room, I trust them. They know me. They know, um, they will protect you. They will protect me, and they will protect the other people in the room. And I recognize how important it is, and they deserve always so much of our appreciation. So I hope you also have good mods that do the same for you and yours.
Oh, fantastic. So good. They are so good. And I protect them same, I want to make sure to protect them. When this all began and then started back up Saturday, I discuss it with them. The very first people that I go to are my mods, and I tell them what has happened, and then we discuss how we want to move forward. I'm not running this as just a I'm choosing one path and don't care what you think, and it's too bad, so sad. Um, I take in consideration what they think about how we should go about it. And so it was, do we still go live tonight, or do you guys want to wait and go live tomorrow? And the decision was made that we're not going to change the way that we do things. We're still going live, but I put a limit that you had to subscribe, and I said, well, how much time? And we were able to negotiate. Some wanted 20 minutes, and I bumped it down to 10, and then we carried on. And we had no one come in. No one was willing to fight hard enough for Ryan to subscribe for 10 minutes and then say anything. So my mods were protected. They didn't have to fight off anybody or. And so yeah, they're awesome. I appreciate them so much, and try to tell them, but I should probably tell them even more how much I appreciate them. I believe I have at least one that's in your chat right now. And then some
So,
friends from the
some
community.
somebody else just praised you as being amazing. So, as a matter of fact, we have someone called, I don't know, Wolf Girl. A couple people are saying she should come up. I trust the people saying that. Wolf Girl, would you like to come up? Would Burden of Proof? Would you mind sharing the stage with somebody else?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say there's actually some that were asking for the link. Some were unsure
Sure,
of, and
sure,
some like her were good. Yeah.
sure. Let me throw down the link, and could you do me a favor, Burden of Proof?
Yes.
Could you run the show for a minute? I need a short little natural break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll
I
be
sure
right
can.
back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So go. You guys can ask me the questions. I had seen you guys had some questions for me in chat. That I wasn't able to get to. Um, I do see NY here. Thank you for being here for me. Appreciate it. I saw Louisiana girl. Hello. I saw B Tim. thank you for those of you that have supported me. I had seen, let me come up. I'm not sure where it is. Patricia Burns, thank you so much. Thank you. You don't have to explain yourself. Just tell them to F off. Thank you. What are your guys' thoughts, though, on this overall? We'll be checking out your channel. Oh, thank you. Drop the link. Why don't you recommend my channel? Why don't I recommend your channel? Do you have a channel? Does AK Rocks? I'm not sure if that's how you are supposed to say your name. The mod that's in chat. Do you have a channel? Just meeting you. We'll check out. Oh, thank you. Absolutely, Lacey. Yeah. So I just wanted to be able to answer any of your questions that you might have had. Chat's a bit rough. I think that you mods are doing great. I think you guys are doing awesome. No channel, just kidding. Oh, okay. All right. Just letting my fellow mods know I'll be leaving soon. All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you guys have done awesome. I've been watching you guys in the chat, and you guys have been doing really good tonight. Hey.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I don't know if I just posted the link twice. I don't know if Wolf wanted to come up or someone. AK, you came up for a second and then you bailed. Was it me? Did I not say something I should have said? Okay, Jen, I just dropped a link for Wolf Girl. By the way, my favorite animal, basically my brother, my only brother, since I'm an only child, was an actual wolf. So I am a wolf lover by definition because I was raised with a wolf. Well, that sounds a bit funny. But when I was somewhere in my teens, we got a baby wolf. It was a hybrid wolf, but it was mostly wolf, and it didn't behave like a dog. It behaved like a wolf, and he was gorgeous. And he was my brother for 20 years, and I loved him, and I lost him, and I miss him. But I'm a wolf boy, wolf man. I like
Wolfman.
I like wolves too.
Yeah, Wolfman.
Do you have any animals for an approve?
Oh my goodness, I have cats, and I have plenty of cats.
How many?
I'm a big
How many
time cat
cats?
person. Too
How many
many.
cats?
I can't. I have too
Too many.
many.
Are you afraid of giving me the number because you can't count, or for legal reasons?
Well, just because everyone would probably call me a crazy cat lady. So more so for the rumor mill of the crazy,
Gotcha.
she's got all these cats. I have
I,
many. That's for
I
sure.
I love crazy cat ladies. I have two. Well, I had two. I just lost his sister not long ago. It was very sad. But yeah, I'm a big animal lover, especially on cats. Wolf girl, welcome. I'm so tempted to now share my picture of my wolf because he was my brother. Welcome. And can you hear me? Can you hear us? Hello.
Hello,
Test
wolf girl.
testing. 1 2 3. Too many cats against the law. Actually, there are limits to how many you can have, Lacey. I don't know if it's different state to state, but I have two crazy sisters who live across the street who have stalked me and have caused me a lot of trouble over the years, and they've actually had the Humane Society come several times for
That's wow.
hoarding cats because they take in all the strays, and then the home is not adequate to support them, and then they apparently are, I don't know, dumping the litter in the backyard, and the neighbors are complaining that they can't go outside because it smells so badly, and but they're crazy. I don't mean to be mean. I just mean they really are, and they've actually, you know, I can't go in my front yard. I've been here 15 years. I used to be friends with them, and then they stole from me, and then they stalked me, and just do weird, crazy things to get my attention. And so I don't even feel like I can go mow my lawn. I choose my moments. I go outside and I mow the lawn, and then they will run outside immediately when I come out to try to get my attention, to try to talk to me. And then I see them out of the corner of my eye, and I go in my backyard and I wait till they go in again. I mean, that's no way to live, right? It's crazy.
That is crazy. That's terrible. It's too bad. I kind of get it. I got a crazy neighbor myself, so he's on me about everything, and he's even said something to about my cats actually. It said something about my cat, said something about like where I parked my car. I wasn't even the one that parked the car, and it happened to be a boyfriend that parked the car, but I'm the one that got yelled at about it. And I mean, he's got every problem you can imagine with me. He used to live above me, and he had an issue with my showers. He thought that I was taking too long of a shower, so he started stamping his cane on the floor.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would laugh at nighttime, and he would stomp on the floors. I'm just like, it was a lot. So he moved across the way, and he still causes issues for me. So I know about the crazy neighbors. I know all
Right.
about that.
Yeah, and I mean, for some people, it can be really, really consequential. I mean, it's one thing to just have the occasional annoyance, or you don't like each other, but it can get a lot worse than that. Obviously, it can really affect the quality of your life and your mental well-being. So, for everybody that's got a really bad neighbor, I just hope it's not too bad.
Was she able to come up, but then unable to hear her audibly?
Something I think I just caught that she said she was going to jump on her computer, so she must be having some technical issues. Wayne, another guy, was going to come up because the you were probably not around at the very beginning, but the reason I started this, I just made a post because I'm not ambitious, burden of proof. I'm not really interested in growing my channel. I mean, I care about some things, and I might want to talk about them and make some videos. But I mean, if people like my content, great. If the channel grows, great. Whatever. It's not sort of why I do this, um, but I'm not very good at marketing or self promotion. Sometimes, I kick myself. That's dumb. I mean, if you're going to do something, you know, if you can promote it in an ethical way, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm not very good at it. But I had the idea, since I have been making videos on Upchurch, and I do think it's a serious problem, and I care about the problem. I noticed that I was seeing increasingly more converts, people that were either still Ryan Upchurch fans, or at least they were Ryan Upchurch fans until this problem. And I was noticing the comments, and they were very forthcoming. They were very honest. They were you know very literate and eloquent and forthcoming comments. And I just thought today, I went, gosh, I'm seeing more. That seems like a good thing. And I just made a post, and I said, this is not really my style to sort of do this, because it feels a bit marketing, like I'm trying to promote some, hey guys, I have a great show. I'm going to, bring on a bunch of Ryan Upchurch ex fans to badmouth them or something like that. But so I just basically asked, since you guys have been making comments, would anyone be willing to have a conversation with me? And I found a couple of people that were willing to come up, and it was an absolute pleasure to talk with Nick. And then there was another guy, Wayne, who seemed like a very nice guy. He also wanted to come up. And so I just decided to do it. And it's been really, really pleasant. And I mean, if you listen back on the beginning, this was not about bashing Ryan Upchurch. It was about discussing the problem of his behavior in the Kylie Rodney case. And so Nick came up and gave us a bunch of interesting insight from her perspective. He's he's a really good guy, and he's got a lot of really good qualities. And ultimately, she can't really explain it. She thinks it's out of character, but we tried to identify what maybe are some of the variables that contributed to this behavior. But at the end of the day, this wasn't a clickbait bash a human being and demonstrate that he's evil cannibal or something like that. It was just to try to see if we could get some insight from people that who have known of him for a long time, and who are normally on his side, and even supported him. And then it's very interesting, of course, to hear from those who have said, hey, I like you, buddy, but this is way over the line and dangerous and inappropriate. So it was rather pleasant, and I hope the people that were here from the very beginning found it useful and can sort of corroborate what I'm saying. That was a very positive conversation, and I don't think it was in any way um, in bad taste or conducted unfairly. Um, I thought it was a useful conversation. And so, to bring you up too, it just sort of adds value because you've effectively also been now become a scapegoat. You're part of the scandal, and I believe I did hear your name in the context of anime at some point. I probably didn't look into it, but I know that he was insinuating additional people at the periphery that were probably coming to the defense either of Ronnie or Zaname or Ikmel or whatever, and then just by association, um, you get caught up, and then his same loyal sycophants and toadies will come after you. Have you? So from that perspective,
I
how bad has it been for you?
the first day that it happens is always the worst for it. Now that I've been through it twice, but it seemed to have died down by like it happened the first week, and it was already dying down. I thought by the end of the week it was dying down, and then he did it Saturday, and so it flared back up that day. Um, and so yeah, it's pretty bad. But I don't if they keep it in my comment section of maybe videos, that's fine. Keep it there. I don't mind that. If they're gonna do it there. But when I do a community post and I put up a missing person and put that out, I do not want those kind of comments put down in the
Of course,
comment section because it has nothing to do with that. Just don't.
of course.
And now I've heard that some of the fans of his are connecting dots that he has talked about, and they have insinuated that ultimately somewhere within my community post, the missing people, that there is some signal that we are passing along. Myself,
Right.
or because I'm
Code.
because right,
Code.
and
Yeah.
myself and Ikadmel, that we have a code somewhere within those that we're passing between each other that is for the trafficking.
I mean,
And
this is straight up QAnon. It's just straight out of the conspiracy theory textbook. And by the way, for fun now, from this moment forward, um, connecting the dots equals false pattern matching, means false apophenia. They should look up what apophenia means because they're making fools out of themselves by thinking they're thinking outside of the box and that they're connecting the dots. They're doing nothing of the sort. They're creating patterns from meaningless noise. And then they're asserting it simply as connecting the dots and as having significance and meaning. But this is just any good psychologist will tell them that they're idiots and that they're allowing their evolved brain to get the best of them because if you are overly susceptible to seeing pattern matches everywhere, you just go that it's connected to that, it's connected to that, bingo, pedophiles, and it's just the most common thing. I mean, when I even used the board the other night, the metaphor. The typical conspiracy theory metaphor is just the board with the people putting up the post-it notes and then tying the strings to each of the things, and they think they're being an investigator. They think they're doing the Sherlock Holmes thing. But what they're doing is they're making frivolous, completely unsupported links. Investigators, yes, that's how they sort of brainstorm, but then they need the goods. They need to demonstrate that the link between these things is meaningful, not simply assert that because there is some. I mean, like, you could say something as similar as, you're a girl, the suspect is a girl, therefore you're both girls, you both share that commonality. That person's a suspect, therefore you're a suspect. I mean, it's as simple as that. That's not evidence that you've done anything wrong. That's evidence that you share some common thing, like a name. In the case of Ryan, he was look at this car. Here's a Honda CRV. The Honda CRV is the fifth most sold car in the country. So if you're finding any CRV on the street and saying, "See, a Honda CRV," that's what? That's that anybody driving a CRV is somehow in on the conspiracy. None of this makes any logical sense. They haven't demonstrated that these patterns, these links, are meaningful, that there's anything relevant here. But these people don't understand that because they're not smart. They don't know anything about formal logic. They have no idea what a syllogism is. They don't understand what a valid argument is. They don't understand how to prove your premises. They don't they've never actually, sat through a course or read a book on critical thinking, let alone Aristotelian logic and how to create a valid syllogism with sound arguments. So you're dealing with just these ignorant people that believe that what they feel, what they sense, their intuitions are leading them towards, um, just solving the crime that none of the other law enforcement officers and experts can solve simply because they're in love with their own thoughts and intuition. And, they think they're playing, fort in their living room when they're 10 years old with flashlights under the blankets and, playing a fun little game of, imagination world. They're creating a little fictitious universe, and they believe that what they're doing is somehow significant or meaningful. The problem is you're dealing with real lives and you're actually accusing innocent people of horrendous things. This is not child's play. This comes with serious consequences. Sure, AK.
Yeah, they're even purple, purple lights, purple
Yeah,
lighting. I'm
yeah. So
like, what's? And then I got thinking, and I'm like, I'm pink. My stuff is all pink. So
right,
you missed the mark on that one, everybody.
right. I mean, again, all the conspiracy theorists, the numerologists, the psychics, the tarot card readers, the Ouija board people, all this is essentially pseudoscience nonsense, because that's what these things all are. All of pseudoscience is false correlation. All of psychic pseudoscience is essentially believing that you can glean the future or information from noise, but they're not never able to demonstrate that they actually can predict the future, or that the feelings and the visions that they have, or the information that they get from throwing chicken bones on the ground, or a voodoo doll, or reading the astrological charts, actually um, results in any um, relevant information. But again, belief is everything. So if you think it means something, if you feel that it means something, then to you, you think it's the cat's meow. But the people that actually study this for a living, they're like, that's bad logic, it's bad reasoning. You haven't satisfied a burden of proof. No one should take you seriously. You should be ignored. Get back in your room with you know, your calculator, and you need to start the math all over again. But unfortunately, there's so many gullible people that mostly people believe based on authority and based on their gut and their feelings, and that's not how we figured out how to build a rocket ship and send it to Mars. It takes a lot more work than that.
That's right. That's right. I know that there's been a couple of people that have asked about panel, but then I see that they're not up, right?
No, I mean, okay, here we have somebody. Okay, Joe. Let's welcome Joe to the stage.
Been a couple of people that have asked that panel, but then I see that they're not up, right?
Joe, I think you need to turn off. You need to turn down the volume on YouTube if you're listening to it on YouTube, because we're getting a lot of feedback.
Is it better?
Now it is.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Huh? Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Getting
thanks for
real
coming.
sick and tired of hearing this crap going on. It's like Alex Jones all over again.
Here, here.
So,
I, I
but
already I already know we're on the same page, so that's good news.
Uh-huh.
but here's the thing. We just went through another Alex Jones. Why do we have to go through it all again?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I certainly used that in my video last night, and I would like through the airwaves. I'm a small player, so I no reason to think that anything I do has any impact on anything. But to the extent that these ideas are transmitted and people get it back, Ryan should be told and reminded that Alex Jones just got sued for $50 million for doing the exact same thing that he's doing. So he might want to get some legal advice and counseling, and he might want his friends. It might be good for him to have his friends and the people who care about him let him know that he's now way over acceptable boundaries, and the fact that he's now accused and Hesh's family and uh, Kylie, Rod- Kylie Rodney's family, as well as the other three people that he committed a defamation against. He needs to understand that he is now potentially incurring some serious civil liability. And I think that maybe that will have an impact. I mean, I think he might have made the video last night because he was perceiving that he had some civil liability. But the irony, I mean, maybe he didn't think through it. Maybe he didn't recognize that when he said that Kylie isn't real. I'm not sure if he did
Yeah.
or did not recognize that that is implying directly that Kylie Rodney's family is lying and that she's a crisis and the parents are crisis actors. Sorry, let me bring up Wolf because she jumped in at the same time too.
Hi.
Hello, Wolf. Welcome to here.
Hi, Wolf.
Wolf, can you hear us? While Wolf figures out the sound, Joe, I'm sorry. Welcome again, and tell us about yourself. What's up? Hello, Joe.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear? I was just saying. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself or what you'd like to talk about?
Oh, I thought you meant wolf.
No, Wolf is having a
Oh,
problem. It looks like Wolf is having a problem with her audio. So when she gets the audio, as she didn't respond, I thought I'd put it back to you so that you could
oh.
introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Joe. I mostly cover Johnny Depp and Amber Heard saga, the whole
Oh yeah,
the whole BS thing surrounding it. I do what a lot of people do, debunk a lot of her lies and her false statements. Um, but if I see something else that I'm interested in, I will go after it. But I don't follow what other people say. I do my own research because a lot of going off by what people say can get you in a lot of trouble.
indeed.
So you go by your own research, you go by off your own opinions.
So
Um,
you fashion yourself somewhat of an independent thinker then.
yeah, pretty much. But I'll collaborate with, other people sometimes. I quit using Twitter a lot in the last 4 years, but I kind of weaseled my way back in because there's a lot of good stuff on there that I like to make fun of when it comes to Amber Heard people that support her, and I like making fun of them. So
Now,
it kind of highlights my day a little bit.
gotcha. Wolf Girl is your mute on. Oh yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
But the
Um,
thing that got me the most about this is, I watch Inkamal a lot.
okay,
I've watched him when he covered, some of the Amber Heard stuff and the Johnny Depp trial. But
okay.
what got me the most is when they started going after him. And
You mean in the Kylie Rodney case? Because obviously we should stick to
a
the
lot of
Kylie
that,
Rodney
yeah,
case for this. Yeah.
yeah, with burden of proof, that actually kind of upset me because unless they've got actual proof that she's Zanime, they don't really know anything.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
I mean, again, it's right in your name. Your your greatest weapon is your namesake.
Yeah, it is. I mean, some people call, I'll keep it clean, but yeah, some people call me a certified female dog. Only because I speak my mind. I don't hold back, but
The B
don't go
word.
after the B word. People, yeah, you can come after me all you want, but you know what? I speak my mind. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't go after content creators unless you've got actual proof.
Right. Again, I can't stress enough. I mean, I don't know if you guys are interested, but as I began with burden of proof, my two in teaching critical thinking and logic and philosophy of science, my two core heuristics or principles or values or tools is the burden of proof and the null hypothesis, and they are
Hmm.
just crucial to critical thinking. So the burden of proof is simply that he or she who makes the positive claim carries the burden, and we don't need to do anything unless they've met a burden of proof. So we don't even need to rebut. I mean, obviously, somebody makes a positive claim, and then you challenge it if it's a poor argument. But if somebody simply asserts something as fact, you then have every right to say, provide the reasons why you think you have the right to claim that as knowledge, as fact. And if they refuse to provide good reasons or evidence, then they are acting in bad faith. And this is where we then have the right to push back and say, you're not a good actor. You're not acting in good faith. You're not being honest. You don't get to just, you know, for example, I can just say the earth is flat. Okay, I've just made a truth claim. I've asserted to know something about the universe. And as soon as I say that, everybody else gets to say, I don't believe you unless you provide evidence to support that claim. And if they then say, you just need to believe me, it's simply true, have faith, or you need to accept me because you need to accept what I say is true because I have fancy credentials, or I'm an expert, or then they just lash out and say, you're an idiot if you don't believe me. These are all playing um, bad faith games. It's being dishonest. And so the burden of proof is just really crucial to any effort at trying to get to the bottom of things and have honest conversations and hold people to the ethic of being honest and acting in good faith. And then the null hypothesis, which is central to science, but also to critical thinking, is basically just it's based on this logic.
Yeah.
The vast majority of ideas and beliefs that have rattled around the collective human brain across time are wrong. And we just know that empirically, that more ideas, more of the time, are wrong. And so we should presume that if somebody claims to know something, that our default position is to not accept it as true. And until and unless it has met a certain bar. And so the null hypothesis is the presumption that something is probably wrong, statistically speaking, and then basically to test it by looking at the person's evidence, looking at the person's arguments, and then you have to reach a certain threshold where someone is satisfied a burden of proof, where then you can say, so for example, you're making a truth claim, you claim to know something about something. When we look at the evidence and evaluate the arguments, we should come to at least 51% confidence that this is more likely to be true than less likely. And if somebody can only give you 51% confidence in their claim, you probably want to reserve judgment. That's not a very good probability. You are 1% away from it being 50-50 that it's true and 50-50 that it's false. So you want to have a high degree of confidence before you accept something as true. Well, you should believe something, and to accept it as true, you want to set that bar really high, so that it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. So if we're talking about using the metaphor or the analogy of the law, we have a reasonable doubt, which allows for law enforcement to justify um, um, a search warrant, for example, and then we have um, um, the proportion of evidence. It's about 50%. Please, somebody give me the expression. It's not coming to me. The preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence is the standard for civil litigation. To win a defamation case, for example, you only need to have a preponderance of evidence in your favor. But in a criminal investigation, we set the bar extremely high. We set it at beyond a reasonable doubt, that no reasonable person has any meaningful doubt left, because we're basically possibly putting someone in prison or executing them. So that the a criminal prosecution should have a really high standard, because we don't want to put innocent people in jail. So this same principle applies for logic when you're evaluating truth claims. You want to achieve a certain degree of confidence backed up by evidence and logic, so that you can say, you know, either I believe this, I believe it strongly, or I reserve judgment because I'm not comfortable that enough positive evidence has been provided for me to accept it as something I should accept as
Hey guys, the connection on my phone is
probable.
horrible.
Welcome, Wolf. It sounds like you finally solved your audio problem. How are you this evening? Hello?
Hello.
You actually
I
have the
have a
ring.
lot of issues with connection here.
We still do not have liftoff, Houston.
Although I do love her dog.
I'm tempted to go find, maybe I should go find my Wolfie.
I know, I'm tempted to go find my baby girl. She's hiding somewhere with my mom.
I mean, I have, obviously my Wolf is long deceased, but I do have pictures of him, but it's on my Facebook profile, and I'm typically too stupid to not recognize that if I share my screen and give all my information, that would be dumb. So let me see if I can find.
Oh, my baby's all over she's all over my YouTube. That's my baby girl.
I
That's the
think.
love of my life.
Let me see. I think I have. I know I have my dog. I know I have my cats everywhere. Hold on one second.
Oh,
Sorry to the
good. Goodness
audience.
gracious. I wish mom would let me have another animal, but she won't.
I mean, if I had a massive piece of land, I would probably have 20, 30 animals, as much as I could take care of. Okay, okay. You guys want to laugh? Hold on. Oof. And
Well, even if I could try to get my dog out of my mom's room, it would probably be about a year before I could. So,
okay, so let me see if I can. How the heck can I share pictures again? Oh, I can also do the file users. Oops. Oh goodness, this is going to take too long. Pictures. What the heck?
Burden, how many pets do you have?
Me? Not me. You weren't asking me, right?
You asked how many pets I have?
Yeah.
A lot. Quite a lot. I only have cats though. I don't have any other animals right now other than just cats. I love cats so very much.
Oh,
I'm
yeah, tell me. Go
huh?
ahead. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm a big cat person for sure. Oh, we could see your puppy.
So
Aww.
here's my baby when he was a little guy, my Wolfie. How the heck do I make the screen big? Oops, that's not the right thing. Anyway, I don't. For some reason, I Do I do it like that? No. I'm a dum-dum. And then let me open up when he was a big boy and share that one.
Oh, how cute.
He was adorable, right?
Very.
Share screen, window, and this is him as a big, beautiful,
Oh, wow.
Oh,
He's
and
beautiful.
yes, his name was Wolfie, which isn't very creative, but actually his real name was Beowulf, which I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's an old English poem. It was found on like a medieval church wall or something like that. In any case, that was my baby. So poor wolf girl's having a problem getting connected, and so where were we? Is there anything then relevant to talk about again in the
well,
ongoing Kylie Rodney Ryan Upchurch debacle?
wait, no, you talk about defamation. Everybody knows how long those things take. They take a long time to prove. I mean, take a look
Yep,
at what happened with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. You know how long those took?
and they're
Because
infamously difficult
you
to
have to
win.
find proof. And
Yeah,
with
and that's
what's going on now with Kylie Rodney and all this, you have to have a lot of proof to actually prove that what Ryan Upchurch is saying, is actually true. But with this case, it's to me, I think it's a little bit different because everybody knows that it's fabricated. So it really shouldn't be that hard to prove, to be honest.
yeah, no, I mean, for me, it's an open and shut case, but I mean, in terms of this is clear defamation, so there's no doubt in my mind. I do have a bit of a legal background. It's international law, but it's sufficient to know a bit about what defamation is and how defamation law works. So it's certainly defamation, but whether or not it can be successfully prosecuted is a different question. So
Exactly.
especially in the U.S., because the First Amendment is so sacrosanct, it's far harder to prosecute successfully defamation in the U.S. Relative to Europe, for example, where it's easier to prosecute successfully. But defamation is also infamously difficult to prosecute um, when you can't prove, for example, monetary damages. So it's much easier. For example, let's say you are a movie star, and
Mhm.
you have a consistent pipeline of $20 million leading role contracts that are put on your table every 6 months, and then somebody comes out and says, you they make a sexual assault claim against you, and let's just for the minute assume that it's false, or they accuse you of any of a host of things, being a scammer or a fraud or a liar or engaging in all host of unethical behavior which affects your reputation, and it's all untrue. Well, in that case, it's far easier to prove the defamation because then you can show how after these rumors were spread and circulated widely, you suddenly no longer were getting $20 million leading role contracts on your table every 6 months. So it's easier for a defense lawyer, a prosecuting lawyer, to show the obvious impact on your reputation and your livelihood in such a case. But if you're sort of a nobody, if you're retired and nobody knows your name, you don't really have a meaningful brand, you can't really prove that there were any monetary damages caused against you because someone badmouthed your name or slandered or libeled you, it's just going to be more difficult, and the courts are more likely in a case like that to to um, to support the right to free speech, and probably you might not win. But if you could, you would be in the right. I mean, if someone's accusing you of horrific things, like you murdered your family or something horrible, and just you suffered massive depression, and you could demonstrate that your the quality of life has been greatly affected and damaged by some idiot completely making up fabricated and false rumors about you, that clearly would fall under a legitimate defamation case. It's just that,
Well, especially
if
with
if you don't have a
Alex.
lot of money, you probably don't have a good lawyer, and you might not be willing to go through the litigation process. As you said, it takes a while,
Yeah,
and therefore, not only do they not is it difficult historically to successfully prosecute defamation cases, it's also expensive and time consuming, and then you need to go up and go under oath, and the defense attorney is going to counter you, cross-examine you, and they're going to try to discredit you, and not everybody wants to put themselves up to that. So
it was just
that's
like,
that's the
like with
problem.
Alex Jones. I mean, you're talking about people that lost their babies. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
what did we
yeah,
just go through? We just went through Uvalde, and now you talk about someone losing their babies, and you're calling them character actors, and now you're going around saying Kylie Rodney's parents are
yeah.
actors. Like, come on.
I mean,
He put out a video saying, "Where's my PR team? Where is my
Yeah.
PR team? What is that? What's a PR team?" He's like, "What do you think that a little midget follows me around everywhere I go and tells me what I can and cannot do?" He's like, "Have you seen somebody punt a midget before? Because I'll show you what that looks like, or something along those lines." And then said that "Oh, what are you gonna do? Call the cops? Call the cops and say, ma'am, they're pointing the the pointing the iPhone right at me." And her say, "Oh wow, are they using the iPhone?" And yeah, it's looking right at me. He goes, "Come on, people, where's my PR team?" So he said he's ultimately saying he is not concerned at all with anything that he's saying, anything that he's putting out there, and feels that it's completely appropriate, that nobody he's really putting it out there as a challenge, that nobody is going to get any legal um that he'll have no legal ramifications for his actions.
well, exactly. He thinks he won't be held accountable. He thinks he can get away with anything. Again, because I do this pretty much every day on all sorts of claims, people hide behind the defense of the right to an opinion and free speech. And of course, I promote both of those things, obviously, but there are limits. There should be limits to your free speech when you do tangible and clearly demonstrably linked harm, directly linked to your free speech. There are a host of limits to free speech, and then your right to an opinion. The right to an opinion defense is not a valid argument when you are making strong claims and people are saying, "Dude, you got to back that up with evidence. You're making bombastic claims. You're spreading misinformation. You're putting people's lives in danger. You're accusing hundreds and hundreds of people of being in a massive cover-up." Like Wolf Girl and her comment on screen, which I posted in the video last night, because of course I study conspiracy theory ideation. Uh, the what you would have to believe to accept Ryan's claim, as I said in my video last night, is that there are possibly dozens, if not hundreds, of people that are all complicit in this conspiracy, including tons of public officials, massive amount of law enforcement agencies, um, the parents, a bunch of, he believes that the Fox sign at the office where a journalist claimed to work is green screen um, fake news, and yet he's looking at it via Google Earth, which is using aerial imagery and satellites in space and images from the past. And there is no green screen technology for Google Earth where you can spin your image in 360 degrees and manipulate that image. You're suggesting that what? The NASA satellites are being hacked into? Are you suggesting that the data in Google Earth has been manipulated? Are you claiming that these people are hacking into Google? There could literally be hundreds of people involved in order to pull off the sort of conspiracy that he's suggesting. Entire police offices fabricated, reviews on Google for companies completely fabricated, dozens of people lying about who they are and what their jobs are and where they work, Anne Heche's, doctored
Oh, don't even
fake
get me started
fake
on that.
fake video. I mean, these he's so outside of the realm of even taken lightly seriously with his claims. As I said, if this is one of the biggest conspiracies in the history of the country if it was uncovered. I mean, bigger than maybe Watergate, for Christ's sake, is the
Well,
claim that
let's talk
he,
about it.
the claim that he's making. And you're talking about that the motive is a GoFundMe account that's currently funded at 65,000 that might get to 150,000, which is the goal. And you're claiming that hundreds of people are going to put their reputation, their careers on the line, and their entire departments and their agencies and their institutions, and the mother's going to lie about a dead kid, all for what? The share of $1,000, $2,000 share on a GoFundMe. It's so absurd and outside of the realm of possibilities and probabilities that everybody should point and laugh. So the fact that 3 million people take it seriously is it's frightening. In terms of how irrational humans can be and how humans can be irrational in large groups. If these people, they really believed Ryan and anything Ryan said was the gospel, and they were willing to do anything for Ryan, do you realize what he could do with that many people? He could overthrow the
Exactly.
government. He could
Right.
overthrow the government. You don't need $3 million to launch a successful coup.
Nope.
He could go out and execute. He could have hundreds of people executed. He could send them in covert militia teams into and kidnap people in the middle of the night. He could kidnap hundreds of people. He could hold them for ransom. He could accomplish a lot of very, very bad stuff. Now, luckily, there are some limits probably to the lengths that these people will go to and how many of them he could get to do that. If he stood up on his video and said, go kill her, how many people out of his 3 million do you think would take that order seriously and be willing to actually go try it? More than one, don't you think? Definitely more than zero.
It's a couple 100,000 that actually look at his posts that are about the true crime stuff. Out of his just shy of 3 million. It's a couple 100,000 of them that are really following the true crime and following him, going from place to place to place that he keeps sending them to.
Yeah, I just we should be frightened by the scale of power that a social influencer can have, and recognize that if you scale it up, because again, these claims are absurd, but they're very consequential, and all it takes is one unhinged, loyal sycophant to go out and find somebody, be so dedicated to doxing somebody and actually finding them that they show up. It happens. This stuff happens, unfortunately. It really does
Well,
happen.
see, here's the thing. People say that celebrities do this kind of thing all the time. Yes, they do, but they do not go off the hinges and go off tangents and tantrums when things don't work out their way or if things are not correctly. They don't, celebrities don't do that.
Well,
Like, take
obviously,
the West Memphis Three, for instance. There were
obviously,
a lot of people
some do.
involved in that thing. They were
Some do.
involved in that case.
Like someone like Ted Nugent, some sort of loony like him. These people are calling for, going out and killing people, and there's plenty of others. So
Yeah, I heard that story
there are plenty
before.
of irresponsible celebrities that are not careful, and it's the
Well,
same problem. It's the same problem. I agree with you. I think the majority of people with power and authority are responsible and don't try to incite people to direct violence, but certainly some do. And of course, as we said before, innuendo, even suggestion can be enough, or just simply something like if you are so loyal and dedicated to a celebrity, and somebody else is bad mouthing them, they don't. That celebrity doesn't even necessarily even need to give an instruction. They'll just go defend them. I mean, what was it? I don't know if anybody remembers. Wasn't it like John Lennon was killed by some guy who was like a Jodie Foster fanboy, or I mean, I forget what it was, but there was um, one of those strange celebrity murders came from some unhinged celebrity fan that had some problem with some other celebrity for some silly reason. I forget. Yeah, Jen, I don't
Talking
know if
about
you
John
remember.
Hinckley?
Yeah, John Hinckley. Yeah, John Hinckley. But wasn't he like a? Didn't he? Wasn't he stalking Jodie Foster or something?
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
terrible memory, but again, I mean, it's not a good example because I'm not saying that his sycophancy for Jodie Foster was what led him to kill Lennon. But let's say that they had a beef with each other, and it was due to that person's sycophancy to Jodie Foster that he went and sort of took care of John Lennon because let's say they had been dating and they had a falling out. I mean, these things happen. I mean, I'm sure there was somebody that was so upset when J Lo and what's his name broke up the first time. There was probably somebody that contemplated going to kill one of the other, right? I mean, we
Hmm.
know that there are nutso people out there. Oh my God, my favorite celebrity, just got dumped, and somebody cheated on her or him, and I'm gonna go get him. That stuff happens.
Yeah, celebrity, no celebrity. It always happens. Stuff like that always happens.
Right. I mean, the difference being that celebrities just have a greater influence on more people.
Well, I'm
Because
not saying that all celebrities are like what Ryan Upchurch is doing, but some don't do this.
no, I mean,
It's
obviously, yeah, no, I mean, it's this is not a we're not castigating celebrities. I mean, it's just sort of
no.
it's incidental that he has whatever for whatever reason he has 3 million loyal fans, and some degree of them are so loyal to him that they're willing to believe these inane claims that he makes. They're not independent enough, and they're too loyal to him that they're willing to, if nothing else, chase down anonymous people on YouTube and go on panel and dox them and say that person has a limited liability corporation and so does that person. Oh my God, everybody's like, wow, you've discovered a clue. Oh, an individual has a publicly listed limited liability corporation. Oh, that's evidence of what again?
Yeah, right. A little bit of what Wolf Girl was saying. Um, she typed some of it in chat and said she guessed that it just hurt because his music helped her through a super hard time. She was ready to
Oh,
unalive herself, dealing with military-related PTSD, and
oh,
listened to Fallen over and over again, and it saved her.
oh, I totally apologize for having not noticed all of that. So, Burden Proof, thank you so much for
Absolutely.
bring that to my attention. I'm bad at being able to talk and watch what's going on, and people were saying to bring her up. I didn't know why people wanted to bring her up, so I didn't recognize that she might be somebody perfect for this panel. Basically, somebody who was or still is a fan of his, and I really would have loved to have heard from her. So it's rather unfortunate. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I should have
Yeah,
caught
I know
that.
she's I don't believe that she still is because she was discussing how he she discussed the Gabby Petito portion of it and how um he's saying crazy stuff regarding um Xana May is involved with Gabby Petito case.
Oh
It's
God.
gone way off of the deep end, unfortunately,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's painful to watch.
yeah.
And
I did
considering the
hear
fact
that
that
they
her
were making.
parents are in a contentious court battle with with Brian Laundrie's parents, and that they're having an upcoming trial here pretty soon. And I mean, seriously, come on.
Add insult to injury,
Oh
right?
my God. That's like
I
throwing salt on an open wound.
yeah. I mean, I don't know the nature of the suit, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of craziness in this space. Again, I only came to this space because true crime is a complex topic. It requires a lot of expertise in various fields, and it has real life consequences. There are real life victims in this space. That's why they follow true crime. Um, they gain strength from hearing other victim accounts and recognizing that they're not the only ones out there who've suffered similar outcomes. And we all have a sense and concern for justice. I've written a lot from an evolutionary biology perspective that I think we evolved to have a innate sense of justice, a need for justice to be served. And when we perceive that justice is not served, it really affects us very profoundly. And so this topic, true crime, is such a sensitive and complex, and it's also, taps into so much of our understanding of human nature, which is also why it's so interesting and relevant, because it teaches us about ourselves and about how we behave and what modulates behavior, what mobilizes behavior, how beliefs affect behavior. And we have a concern in trying to minimize harm, minimize suffering, minimize the chance of somebody being harmed by another. And to not take this topic seriously is really, um, an abandonment of concern for your fellow man and woman on this planet. And if you're going to go up and try to represent this subject and build a social media platform and try to make money off it, you should at least learn the basics, or at least check yourself and be really careful about what you do. And when I noticed how many people were just jumping frivolously into this space to make a buck, because it had become a bandwagon phenomenon, it worried me and it disgusted me. And again, there's so many people in this space that are susceptible. They're gullible. They're a lot of people with mental illness, a lot of people with PTSD, a lot of people with trauma, and a lot of people that are victims, and in ongoing relationships where there's the presence of psychological and physical abuse, and these jerk offs, these opportunists, jumping into the space with no expertise and no sense of um, ethics, or just the basic understanding of at least being careful about what you say in public, really bothered me. So I came over from Facebook just to hopefully see if I could at least help teach some basic ethics, some basic, sort of moral philosophy, and some basic critical thinking, to at least help people get a bit better at being able to differentiate between the good actors in the space and the bad actors, and to try to help them not throw their money away at these scumbags who are lying to them and calling them beautiful and lovely, and and blowing smoke up their backside just because they want the views and they want the subscribers and they want the super chats. And I don't like it. Part of what scientific skepticism does is consumer advocacy. So, this is the same thing. We are being consumer advocates because we don't want them to throw money away, and we don't want them to be harmed by people that don't have their interests in mind, and are really selfish and thoughtless and ignorant and unqualified, and they're going to get somebody killed, and they're going to be pushing people to suicide. And it's not if, it's just when, and just how bad. And they're also going to harm ongoing cases. They're going to pollute a jury pool, which is going to lead to a hung jury. And they're going to uh, you know, have law enforcement chase down too many rabbits, that they don't actually focus on the most relevant persons of interest, which is going to allow somebody to skate and get out of being indicted and convicted and put in jail, which then doesn't help families get justice for their loved ones. And there's just so many reasons why things can go wrong in this space, given all the things that I just described, that to see all of this bad acting and all these bad actors bothered me enough that I wanted to throw my hat in, at least try to challenge them to some extent. And then to both of you, and to burden of proof, because you deal in directly in the true crime. Well, Joe, you're saying you deal in true crime, or you're just saying that you've been focusing on the Depp case? And of course, that, I mean, it's relevant in the context that this is a abuse case, so of course it's true crime in that context. But to the extent that you both have channels, I mean, you're fighting the fight out there and trying to help get justice and put out good information. and so you're doing your part, and we're at least trying to hopefully set good examples, so that people can look around and go, well, there's this channel, they look like they're treating the subject
Excuse me.
ethically and professionally, and then there's this channel, and they're just making shit up, and they're, you know, acting irresponsibly, and they never bring evidence to bear, and they never provide, evidence in their descriptions, so that and ask and tell people to go, double check their information and make sure that they're representing it correctly, and so we're just trying to help set models for people, and then trying to challenge people that are behaving badly, and then hopefully just that what happens is the bad stuff ultimately sinks more to the bottom, and the good stuff rises up, and that we at least have some little minimal impact on this, so that fewer people get hurt less often, right?
I'm hoping
Well,
for that day. I really am. Go ahead.
yeah, I know I agree with her. And, I did dive a little bit into true crime when I took a break 3 years ago when I quit. But when I came back, I wanted to focus more on what I was interested in, which is, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Um, because I've followed this case since 2016, along with a lot of other people. But I do watch certain, true crime content creators, which would be this beautiful girl here, Burden of Proof, Christina Randall, and Cinema Shogun. Okay, I watch them. So
Yeah, I
I
mean, I don't. Yeah,
I'll let
I,
them, put up all the stuff that they want to put up. And I'll just focus on what I want to focus on first, and then find something else to move on to later. But if I
yeah,
do see something that I might want to, you know, something that I want to put up on my channel, then yeah, I'll do that. But just a lot of things has just been very crazy lately.
yeah. And
So
actually, I, I just crashed in terms of my energy level. So I've been on for 4 hours.
For over 4 hours.
I Yeah, over 4 hours. So I think
yeah,
I
I've
have
seen that.
to politely
Go ahead.
bring this a bit to an end. But before I do, thank you so much, Joe, for coming up. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Hope you had fun.
I did.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Burden of Proof, also just absolute pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for coming up and chatting with me for such a long time, and all the best to success to both of your channels. Keep fighting the fight. Be a good role model. Try to be responsible, and challenge people that you think are not doing this right. And let's try to help a little bit or have a positive impact, right?
Yeah. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so
Great
much, and I
talking
look
with you.
forward to talking with you again. Yeah,
Yeah,
And it was
hopefully
great
not
talking
in the
to you
same
both.
in hopefully not under the same circumstance where I'm
Yeah.
in the crosshairs. But yeah, I would love
yeah,
to absolutely love to talk again.
yeah.
But I
I
appreciate it.
hear
I hope
you.
you have an awesome night.
Well, and also you're both welcome when we have our silly nights. So bring a cocktail of choice, even if it's just orange juice or water, and we have fun and we make jokes and we get silly. And before, I think we even used to try to play some music and watch some videos and stuff like that. But anyway, you're always welcome back. Thank you so much for taking your time, and look forward to talking with you again.
Sounds
And it was
great.
nice
Thank you
meeting you
so
both.
much. Good
Good night
night. Good night.
to
Thank
both
you
of
so
you.
much, Joe.
You're welcome. Good night,
Thank
guys.
you. Good
Good
night.
night. And then to the chat room, thanks to everyone who showed up tonight. I think it's probably better that I don't do a 6 or 7 hour chat. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I wish you guys a nice whatever Monday night or Tuesday morning. Thank you everyone for coming. Hope you found it useful. And Thank you to the mods for protecting the room tonight so that I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. I think you guys did a great job. Wayne, I just saw your name. Um, it's a shame that we didn't get to talk tonight, but thank you so much for, again, having the courage to be willing to talk about it. I really commend you for the comments that I saw. You look like, you and Nick really impressed me to be able to come forward, and I hope maybe we can talk another time. So, to all my friends and then just anybody who was new to the page and came in tonight, hope you found it interesting and thought-provoking and positive. And on that note, I will bid you all adieu. And in my typical form, this is Brian Abat signing off. Tout à l'heure et jusqu'à la prochaine fois, mes copains. Good night, everyone.